Chapter 162. Hearing Kai. Ari's question, hidden hero number 4 chuckled and said, "Agree? How could I agree? If I agreed, would the Demon Emperor still send his elite Second Divine Emperor Legion to ambush us? The Alliance has 2 opinions regarding the conditions proposed by the Demon Emperor. The first opinion mainly comes from the Knights Templars, the leaders of our Assassin Temple and the Warrior Temple. They strongly oppose handing over Longhauchen, and there is no room for negotiation, especially the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars expressed that if the Alliance's final decision is to hand over Longhauchen, then the Knights Templars will choose to leave the Alliance. Hearing hidden hero number 4's words, Longhauchen instantly felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. The agitation of his emotions caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. The Knights Templars are actually leaving the Alliance for me? Hidden hero number 4 continued. The Warrior Temple's reaction isn't any less intense than the Knights Templars is. Qiu Yonghao directly slammed the table in the meeting with his eyes wide open. Speaking of which, Temple Master Yonghauhen of the Knights Templars is still our Alliance's leader. Originally, he wouldn't have been so eager to express his stance, but he was forced by Temple Master Qiu Yonghao. Qiu Yonghao said in the meeting that if the Knights Templars are prepared to give up on you, then the Warrior Temple will do everything in its power to take over the task of protecting you. Then there's our Assassin Temple. Temple Master Sheng Yu said that you are his grandson-in-law. Whoever intends to hand you over will have to step over his dead body first. At this point, hidden hero number 4's expression became a little strange. During the meeting, as a representative of the Assassin Temple, he was also present. He clearly remembered the strange situation. The representatives of the 6 major temples had just sat down and hadn't started discussing when the Warrior Temple Master Qiu Yonghao was the first to speak. Then the Alliance Master said that Longhauchen is the only heir of the Knights Templars. If the Alliance ultimately decides to hand over Longhauchen, then the Knights Templars will leave the Alliance. Coupled with Shang Yu's statement, the entire place fell into a strange silence. Then it was Hero Shang Yu jumping up and down, leaving the 3 major temples stunned. At first, the heroic hidden assassin didn't think much of it. Wasn't he just a young man who wasn't even 20 years old? Even if he was extremely talented, even if the Alliance did not intend to hand him over, there was no need for the Hall Masters to be so emotional. However, after seeing him today, there was a clear change in his attitude. That's right, a commander-grade monster hunters was able to block the God Emperor's 2nd Legion's sneak attack on the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Moreover, he was able to reduce the number of monster hunters by a 5th and injure more than a 3rd. How could the 3 Temple Masters not be concerned? If this young man is given enough time, he will definitely become a legend of the Alliance in the future. After hearing hidden hero number 4's words, Longhauchen wasn't just excited. At this moment, it was as if a fire was burning in his heart. There had never been a moment where his heart was so firm. He had never thought that the 3 Temple Masters would love him so much for him. Only by doing his utmost for the Alliance could he repay this deep love. Hidden hero number 4 continued. When the 3 Temple Masters expressed their stance, the atmosphere of the meeting changed. Originally, many of the temple's upper echelons weren't familiar with you, but now you have become famous. Afterwards, the Magic Temple's Temple Master appeared to appease the 3 Temple Masters. The Magic Temple's Temple Master told everyone to calm down and carefully analyze the Demon Emperor's condition. First of all, the Demon Emperor used a person as a bargaining chip to decide whether or not to start the Holy War. This in itself is abnormal. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that he originally planned to start the Holy War and was just looking for an excuse. And since you have already been captured by the demons, it is even more impossible for us to hand you over. The second is that your existence is a threat to the demons' rule. Only then would the Demon Emperor attach such importance to you. And no matter what the situation is, it is impossible for us to hand you over. Therefore, the 3 temple masters don't need to be so emotional. This is just being worried." Hearing hidden hero number 4's words, Long Houchen's companions finally heaved a sigh of relief. Since the alliance had reached a consensus, then Long Houchen was naturally safe. Hidden hero number 4 smiled and said, "The next part of the meeting is more interesting. Long Houchen, your background has been completely dug out, and the Knights Templars can no longer hide anything about you. After all, this concerns the entire alliance." The second half of the meeting became a discussion about your situation. Han Yu asked, "Then how did the alliance arrange the leader?" Hidden hero number 4 said, "This wasn't mentioned at the time. It was a private discussion between the temple masters. I don't know the specifics, but the higher-ups gave orders to bring you to the nearest fortress as soon as you are discovered to return. I'm sure when you meet Temple Master Xingyu, you will know the answer. At least it won't be a bad thing." In the process of flying to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, Hidden hero number 4 once again saw how extraordinary the monster hunters were. Apart from Long Houchen, the other people's spiritual energy wasn't enough to continue flying for such a long time. But they couldn't withstand the existence of Han Yu, an aerial refueling machine. Halfway through the flight, when everyone's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, he directly activated his light's blessed spiritual stove, helping his companions recover their spiritual energy in a short period of time. Even Hidden hero number 4 enjoyed the powerful effects of the light's blessed spiritual stove. What kind of knowledge did Hidden hero number 4 have? He could naturally see that this was a rare auxiliary spiritual stove. Moreover, he had never even heard of the existence of this spiritual stove. Originally, he was only interested in Long Houchen, but now his interest in his entire team was greatly increased. Yes, under a strong general, there were no weak soldiers. Long Houchen's strength was astonishing. So how could his companions be inferior? However, there was a question in his heart that he didn't ask. Long Houchen and the others said that they used earth element scrolls. But through observation, the magicians in his team weren't earth element. To be precise, there was no earth element person in his team. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was as magnificent as before, but compared to the last time Long Houchen and the others came, the current Exorcist Mountain Pass was much more lively. The city was bustling with people coming and going, and almost all of these busy people were related to defending the city. Long Houchen and the others even saw soldiers escorting magic cannons and other heavy weapons towards the top of the city wall. After obtaining accurate information from Hidden hero number 4, Long Houchen's heart was somewhat heavy. How intelligent was he? After experiencing so many things, if he still couldn't guess why Demon Emperor would use him as a condition to blackmail the Temple League, then he wouldn't be worthy of being a god's favored. How you are, my good brother, just what is your origin? In your own world, you are called the terrifying wrath of heaven. This time, even Demon Emperor is so afraid of you that he didn't hesitate to launch a holy war. Is your potential really that terrifying? Yes, Long Houchen could be sure that Demon Emperor didn't launch such a holy war for him, even if he was a god's favored. In the history of the demons and humans, it wasn't like God's favored had never appeared. For example, wasn't the son of Samsara also a god's favored? It was impossible for a god's favored to make all the demons go to war, because it simply wasn't worth it. Recalling all the things that happened to Haoyue, the answer easily appeared in Long Houchen's heart. The first time he encountered a demon god was in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At that time, there were 3 demon gods ranked at the bottom. At that time, Long Houchen still vaguely remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have heard Haoyue's roar. In the end, he was saved. Although he didn't know what Haoyue did at that time, it was very likely that he intimidated those demon gods, allowing him to return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass with his future father-in-law, Shenglingxin, and not die on the battlefield. Not long after, he met Demon Emperor for the first time. At that time, Demon Emperor personally came for Haoyue. At that time, Haoyue only had 3 heads. Although he didn't know why Demon Emperor's spiritual search failed, it was clear that Demon Emperor knew that Haoyue would bring disaster to the demons in the future. Therefore, he rushed to the Exorcist Mountain Pass in such a hurry. What happened next made Long Haochen's memory even more clear. More than once, when he encountered powerful demons, Haoyue's roar released a purple aura that made those demons retreat. This also included a bow. And finally, what confirmed Long Haochen's guess was the operation in the dark swamp. He never thought that Haoyue would be able to do what humans couldn't in 6,000 years. The first time he destroyed a demon god pillar of the demons. It was no wonder that Demon Emperor attached so much importance to Haoyue. Haoyue's existence was indeed a threat to the demons. If he and Haoyue were allowed to mature, then in the near future, perhaps the demons would really be destroyed by his and Haoyue's hands. If such a day really came, it would really be great. Regarding Haoyue, Long Haochen never doubted anything. He and Haoyue were one and the same. Part of each other's blood flowed in their bodies. Long Haochen could be sure that his growth in the light attribute naturally came from his physique as a god's chosen. But in terms of external spiritual power, his strength now far surpassed his companions. Most likely it was still because of Haoyue. Not to mention, when Haoyue evolved, it also led to his evolution, greatly increasing his spiritual power. Of course, he couldn't hand over Haoyue. Even if he died, he had to protect Haoyue. Of course, if he really died under the effect of the contract, Haoyue would probably die with him. However, Long Haochen's heart was now very uncomfortable, even depressed. In any case, this holy war started by the demons was because of him and Haoyue. The collision of tens of millions of demons and millions of human armies. What kind of suffering would it cause? It was unknown how many soldiers and civilians would die because of this war. Although this holy war would probably happen sooner or later. As the fuse, he had a heavy responsibility in his heart. Hidden Knight number 4 directly brought Long Haochen and the others to a conference room in the Assassin Temple, then hurriedly went to report. Without outsiders, everyone subconsciously cast their eyes on Long Haochen. Everyone's emotions were a little complicated. Only Kayer was slightly at a loss. When she walked into the Assassin Temple, there was a slight change in her expression. Vaguely, Kayer seemed to feel that this place was very familiar. "Boss, will it be okay?" Lin Xian looked at Long Haochen with some worry. The news of the demons' large-scale invasion and the Demon Emperor starting this holy war had a huge impact on the General Tier Monster Hunt 64. Not to mention that Long Haochen himself was the core of the storm. How could his companions not be worried? Long Haochen shook his head without hesitation and said, "It will be fine. We just need to listen to the Alliance's arrangements. You heard what Hidden Knight number 4 said just now. I only want to fight for the Alliance now." Yes, fight for the Alliance. Sima Xian's eyes flashed fiercely, as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield immediately. The others also nodded slightly, feeling a lot more at ease. Long Haochen was the soul of this team. Although it couldn't be said that he never made mistakes in previous missions, at least he rarely made them. As long as he could calm down and think that nothing would happen, the others would naturally feel much more at ease. In fact, how could Long Haochen not feel complicated at this time? Only he truly understood that the Demon Emperor really started this holy war because of him and Haoyue. If he stood up, perhaps this holy war could end. But could he do that? The answer was, of course, no. This was a war between two races. Even without him as the fuse, with the continuous development of humans, this holy war would come sooner or later. Moreover, although Long Haochen was the son of the light, he also cherished his life. More importantly, the one who had to give up his life to end this holy war was not him, but his good companion and good brother, Haoyue. Humans were selfish. No matter how kind and bright Long Haochen's heart was, he was still a human. He also had selfish motives. How could he watch Haoyue throw away his life just like that? That was impossible. However, he also didn't want to see the alliance being destroyed in the war. Therefore, his heart was in a mess now. He had already thought it through. No matter what the alliance's final decision was, even if they had to hand him over, he would fully support the alliance's decision. Moreover, he had already decided to report the secret of Haoyue's threat to the demons to the alliance. Everything would be decided by the alliance. It was painful for Long Haochen to make such a decision, but at the same time he felt much more relaxed after making this decision. At least he could live up to his own feelings. The worst-case scenario was that the Temple Alliance would hand him over. If that was the case, he would choose to die together with Haoyue. Hidden hero number 4 was very efficient. The surrounding space suddenly distorted slightly. Long Haochen's gaze instantly sharpened as he locked onto a position. His right hand moved slightly, but it immediately returned to normal. In the next instant, a gray figure stepped out of the void. Wasn't it the assassin temple master, Hero Shengyu? Shengyu saw Long Haochen at a glance due to the aura, and he happened to see him retract his hand. A strange look appeared in his eyes, and the second person he looked at was naturally Kai. When Kai's eyes met Shingyu's, her body suddenly trembled slightly. The confusion in her eyes seemed to open a gap as she stared blankly at Shengyu. Her entire body seemed to have stiffened. Shengyu thought that it was because his great-granddaughter was excited to see him, so he didn't pay any more attention to Kai. Instead, he shifted his gaze back to Long Haochen. However, he didn't say a word. He raised his hand and grabbed at Long Haochen's head. With Shengyu's strength, a murderous intent burst forth as he stretched out his 5 fingers. The temperature in the entire meeting room dropped rapidly, and a terrifying pressure appeared around Long Haochen. Who would have thought that this hero would make a move as soon as he appeared? Moreover, Shengyu was so fast that he was already in front of Long Haochen by the time he raised his arm. The others didn't even have a chance to react when he grabbed at them. Long Haochen's reaction was extremely fast. When Shengyu's gaze focused on him again, he already sensed danger. He was originally sitting on the chair, but he didn't stand up at this moment because time didn't allow him to stand up. He kicked the table in front of him with his right foot, and he slid backward along with the chair. At the same time, he pointed at the void with his right forefinger like a knife. It could be seen that Long Haochen's right index finger and middle finger had turned into a transparent golden crystal in an instant. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, a sword aura shot directly into the void. Not only that, Long Haochen's body swayed slightly, and a layer of orange light had already enveloped him. Poof! The golden sword aura pierced straight into Shengyu's palm, causing the hero's right claw to pause for a moment. When his right claw fell again, it hit the shield wall set up by the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Haochen's shield wall skill was completely instantaneous. Coupled with a stab that was filled with sword aura, Shengyu's right hand actually slid across the shield wall. The orange light of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield shone brightly, and it was pushed backward. However, it didn't hurt Long Haochen's body. The team's teamwork showed at this moment. Although no one understood why Shengyu attacked Long Haochen, they had fought together with Long Haochen many times. As a result, when Long Haochen's side made a move, the others almost immediately took action. Sima Xian swung his right hand, and the vigorous ball of light smashed towards Shengyu with a sharp whistling sound. Moreover, it blocked in front of Shengyu, preventing him from continuing to attack Long Haochen. At the same time, a loud and clear phoenix cry was heard. Lin Xian activated his Heart's Flame Phoenix without hesitation. They were facing a rank 9 hero. How could they not use their full strength? Han Yu's wild blood slashed out with a crazy aura, and it directly slashed at Shengyu's lower body, sweeping towards Shengyu's knees. Wang Yuanyuan's divine soul shield flew out, and her attack was directly aimed at Shengyu's neck. He was above and below Han Yu. In addition, Sima Xian was in front of him. It could be said that he had sealed off all of Sheng Yu's escape routes. What shocked Sheng Yu even more was that at the same time these fellows made their move, a monstrous aura suddenly burst forth. The terrifying dragon, might of the heaven, defying demon dragon, instantly filled the entire conference room. Not to mention here, the entire assassin temple could probably feel the existence of this dragon might. The only one who did not move at all was Kai. She was still in a completely sluggish state, standing there in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Sheng Yu was indeed worthy of being a hero, the assassin temple's temple master. Faced with the siege of these young people, although he was shocked, his reaction was not slow at all. He took half a step forward, and his figure flashed. First, he avoided the side of the vigorous light ball, and then his right hand slashed at the vigorous light ball. At the same time, his body floated horizontally, and both his legs kicked out at the same time to meet the attacks of Wang Yuan and Han Yu. These young people were only at the rank 6 cultivation base, and Shan Yu was at the rank 9. Therefore, although he did not underestimate them, he could not use his full strength. Hence, he could only use the simplest spiritual energy and rely on his instincts to fight. However, Sheng Yu did not expect that he was really careless today. He had really underestimated the strength of a general class Monster Hunt 64. In particular, he had underestimated the power of Sima Xian's vigorous light ball. When Shang Yu's right hand slashed at the vigorous light ball, he thought that although this weapon looked very heavy, Sima Xian's spiritual energy was worlds apart from his, so he would definitely be sent flying. At the same time, with the help of the recoil, he could kick away the attacks of the other two people, and then deal with the blue fire phoenix that was already whistling over. However, as soon as his right hand touched the vigorous light ball, Sheng Yu knew that he was wrong. This seemingly stupid weapon was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, Sheng Yu only felt a strong force in his hand. It was the vigorous light ball's crushing, absorption, and triple explosion. If that was all, with Shang Yu's spiritual energy of more than 100,000, he would not be hurt at all. However, the point was that when the vigorous light ball was used, Sima Xian had already used his spiritual stove of purple godly thunder. Therefore, the moment when Shang Yu's right hand touched it, purple lightning suddenly exploded and directly spread through his palm to Sheng Yu's whole body. It was impossible for the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder to hurt Sheng Yu, whose spiritual energy was so strong. However, the numbness caused by the lightning took effect. For a strong person at Sheng Yu's level, he would not do anything meaningless in a battle. Therefore, although the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder only paralyzed him for less than a second, it destroyed all of his original plans. His two kicks froze in the air for a moment, then they collided with the wild red blood ball and the divine giant soul shield. No matter how strong Sheng Yu was, he was only a physical body, and the two weapons he collided with were legendary grade equipment. Wang Yuan and Han Yu were kicked away, but Sheng Yu did not feel good either. On one side there was space, and on the other side there was crazy light. The two powerful attributes, under the enhancement of legendary grade equipment, caused his already numb body to become even more sluggish. At this moment, the blue fire phoenix had already arrived. Blazing flames rose in an instant, and a terrifying power almost engulfed Sheng Yu's body. Heart Flame Phoenix. This was the only skill to fuse with the spiritual stove, and every time Lin Xen used it, he would suffer a strong backlash. Back then, when he first obtained this skill, he used it to stop the 8th grade Zombie King, and even caused serious damage to the Zombie King. Sheng Yu's hero was naturally not something the Zombie King could compare to, but the problem was that Lin Xen's control of the fire element was getting better and better. Therefore, when he attacked, the heat of his Heart Flame Phoenix was always reserved and only exploded after the collision. "You little bastards!" Shang Yu cursed loudly. A sparkling and translucent gray light suddenly burst forth, and the sharp chi seemed to cut the throat of the blue flame phoenix. The terrifying power disappeared in a flash, and everything returned to normal. One kick at a time, including Long Houchin, who had just finished protecting himself with the shield wall. The other men were all sent flying by Shen Yu's kicks. Moreover, they crashed into each other, becoming a group of fellow sufferers. However, Shen Yu did not chase after them because he was confronting the heaven-defying demon dragon, which occupied almost half of the conference room with a strange expression, and they were confronting each other with extreme vigilance. Inger, keep it. Sir Hero doesn't mean any harm. Although Long Houchin grimaced in pain from the kick, he still hurriedly said, "The dragon might of the heaven-defying demon dragon was too strong, and it would not be good if it caused unnecessary misunderstanding in the assassin temple." A black light flashed, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Shen Yu, the previously aggressive heaven-defying demon dragon had turned into a cute little pig in the next instant. It wriggled in Chun Inger's bosom and even looked at Shen Yu provocatively. The corners of Shen Yu's mouth and eyes twitched almost at the same time, and he could not help but scold again. "You little bastards! Do you have to be so cruel? Am I a demon?" Hero Shen Yu's current appearance was somewhat unflattering. Many parts of his clothes were charred, and even a part of his hair was burnt. The left side of his face was a little red. That appearance was really a little embarrassing. At this time, Shen Yu wanted to find a hole to hide in, and he scolded himself in his heart. "Why did I try it out? I'm just asking to be humiliated. This group of little bastards, don't they know how to be merciful?" Of course, he would not say that out loud. He stared at Long Houchin and the others who were crawling up from the ground, and said angrily, "You've grown up, haven't you? How dare you fight with me? Fine, you little bastards. I'm going to teach you a good lesson. A great-grandfather, please spare us. We didn't mean it." Long Houchin hurriedly smiled and greeted Shen Yu, giving him a junior's salute. Shen Yu snorted and said, "You're the worst, you little bastard. Do you know how much you've worried us? What's wrong with me teaching you a lesson? Look at you little bastards. Your reactions are pretty quick. Do I have such a deep hatred for you?" Looking at Shen Yu's pathetic appearance, everyone naturally understood that this hero was just testing Long Houchin. They wanted to laugh, but did not dare to, and lowered their heads in silence. "Humph, humph. You've grown up, huh?" Shen Yu raised his hand and knocked Long Houchin's head. It was so painful that Long Houchin grimaced in pain, but did not dare to make a sound. He did not expect Shen Yu to be so careless and be put in such a difficult position. It seemed that he had to let this old man vent his anger. Shen Yu was feeling extremely depressed right now. That was because he realized that he truly did not know how to vent his anger. Moreover, after calming down, he was secretly shocked. Even if he was a little careless, he was still a rank 9 powerhouse with more than 100,000 spiritual energy points. What kind of equipment did these little guys have? Almost all of them were at the legendary level. They should have just advanced to the general level monster hunters not long ago. Where did they get so much good equipment? Especially Long Houchin. His shield was orange-red. Was it at the epic stage? The strength of Long Houchin and the others made Shen Yu feel a little overwhelmed. One must know that the last time he saw these young people, they were at most rising stars. This time, they could directly put a show of strength to a hero like him. This was not something that could be explained by the word progress. It was simply a leap. "You're at the rank 7 level." Shen Yu subdued his anger and asked Long Houchin subconsciously. He clearly remembered that when Long Houchin used his finger as a sword to point out that sword energy, he had already reached the realm of the body of brilliant light. Long Houchin nodded and said, "Yes, a great-grandfather." Shen Yu was even more shocked. Guessing was one thing, but confirming it was another. How old was Long Houchin? He was definitely less than 20 years old. The last time he saw him, he was only 14 or 15. It had only been a few years, and he was already at the rank 7 level. No wonder Demon Emperor insisted on taking Long Houchin away. Rank 7, he was really at the rank 7 level. How old was he when he was at the rank 7 level? I think he was 35. Xing Yu's gaze swept across the crowd once more. His expression had already regained its calmness. Of course, his grave and stern face and his battered appearance were somewhat. Of course, Long Haochen and the others did not dare to laugh out loud. At this moment, there was a violent knock on the door outside the conference room. It's fine here. I ask someone to imitate the heaven-defying demon dragon's draconic aura. Xing Yu shouted. He could not let his subordinates see him like this. Did he still want his face? Hearing Xing Yu's voice, the outside immediately quieted down. Xing Yu stared at Long Haochen for a while, then nodded and said, "Not bad. These years it seems that you have matured a lot, and your strength has increased a lot. You're finally back. Hidden hero number 4 has already told you. The Holy War has begun." Long Haochen nodded and said, "A great-grandfather, this all started because of me. I am willing to let the Alliance deal with me." "Deal with you?" Xing Yu's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. "Deal with you, my ass. What do you mean it started because of you? Are you qualified? Why are you looking for trouble for yourself? If you want to get beaten up, just say it. Is the holy war between the demons and the Alliance something that a small person like you can decide?" Although Xing Yu's words were not pleasant to hear and were full of reprimand, Long Haochen's heart felt warm. He could naturally hear the strong sense of protection in Xing Yu's words. Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, "A great-grandfather really started because of me. Listen to me, this matter is very important to the Alliance. No matter what the Alliance decides, I have no complaints. But I can't hide it from the Alliance. I also believe that the Alliance will make the right decision." Looking at Long Haochen's solemn expression, Xing Yu suddenly realized that the situation was not as simple as he thought. With a slight frown, he raised his hand, and a sharp qi quickly spread out, protecting the entire conference room. "What do you want to say?" Xing Yu's brows furrowed. Long Haochen said, "A great-grandfather, I can confirm that the Demon Emperor started this holy war because of me. Even my companions don't know why, but as the person involved, I know very well. Knowing that the holy war is about to start, I am very sad. I really don't want to see people die because of me, but this matter concerns my closest companion. I have no way to hand it over. So, I ask the Alliance to make the final decision. No matter how the Alliance deals with me, I am willing to accept it." Hearing how serious he was, not only did Xing Yu's expression turn ugly, but the general class Monster Hunt 64 members, other than Kair, who was in a daze, also widened their eyes in shock. When they knew that the Holy War started because the Demon Emperor wanted to Long Haochen, they were also full of doubts, but they couldn't think of the reason. Hearing Long Haochen's words, this holy war was actually related to him. Xing Yu's cheek muscles showed obvious signs of wriggling, but his voice became gentle. "Child, don't be anxious. A great-grandfather believes in your character. Remember, no matter what happens, a great-grandfather will stand with you. No one can deal with my great-grandson. Also, you have to remember that what you just said must never be said to anyone else. Even within the Alliance, not everyone is like us. Now, say what you want to say. As long as a great-grandfather can do it, I will do my best to help you." Looking at Xing Yu's concerned gaze, Long Haochen nodded his head vigorously. He had an urge to cry. Xing Yu was Kair's great-grandfather. At this moment, he really felt a strong sense of kinship from this bad-tempered hero. And kinship would always be the weakest spot in Long Haochen's heart. A great-grandfather, when we left the Alliance, we accepted a total of 16 killing missions. In less than half a year, we have completed all of them. Among these missions, the most difficult one was to kill the last of the 72 demons, the snake, demon, god, and Amari. Xing Yu was shocked once again. "What? Are you saying that you killed a demon god? Snake, demon, god, and Amari?" Long Haochen nodded his head. To a large extent, it was luck. Then he told in detail how he and his companions found out that the snake demon god was in the dark swamp, as well as their encounter in the dark swamp, all the way until they took advantage of the Anaconda King and Andamari's mutual destruction to kill it. Good job. To be able to kill a demon god under the protection of a demon god pillar, even Overlord tier monster hunters may not be able to do it. Your average age is just over 20 years old, yet you have such achievements. This is really the Alliance's fortune. No matter how harsh Xingyu was, after listening to Long Haochen's story, he couldn't help but praise it. These children had risked their lives to kill a demon god at such a young age. This achievement was really too great. Chapter 163. Long Haochen continued. After killing the snake demon god Andamari, we went to his demon god pillar and tried to destroy it, but the demon god pillar was extremely hard. Xingyu smiled, that's for sure. You don't have to feel discouraged. How many legend ranker monster hunters have tried to destroy the demon god pillar, but to no avail? It's been 6,000 years. The thing that makes us feel the most helpless about the demons are the 72 demon god pillars. This is also the root of the demons. As long as these 72 demon god pillars exist, it will be very difficult for the demons to truly wither away. You don't have to feel sad about this. Wait until you become stronger before thinking of a solution. It's a pity that the son of Samsara from our assassin temple who could destroy the demon god pillar fell too early. Otherwise, we might have created a miracle. Long Haochen said seriously, but we succeeded. Success is good, right? Succeeded? What did you say succeeded? Xingyu jumped up in shock. He was very skinny, so when he jumped, he looked like a huge ape. Long Haochen said, we succeeded in destroying the demon god pillar. In this world, there will no longer be a snake demon god Andamari. It's hard to say if his snake demons will be able to continue. Xingyu's eyes widened. He maintained this posture for a full 10 seconds without moving. Is what you said true? You actually destroyed a demon god pillar? No, this is impossible. So many powerhouses have not been able to do it. Even if you are blessed by the heavens, each of you is talented. But what cultivation do you have? How can you destroy a demon god pillar? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing Shang Yu's abnormal expression, Long Haochen smiled bitterly. A great-grandfather, but we did it. This is also the main reason why the Demon Emperor wanted to use me as a condition to start the Holy War. Shang Yu's abnormality lasted for a few minutes before he calmed down. You mean you have a special ability that can deal with the demon god pillars? Long Haochen nodded. You could say that, but it wasn't me. It was my magical beast companion, Haoyue. I believe my companions have felt it as well. Haoyue was a very unusual magical beast. Until now, no one could tell what kind it was. However, it can use a special ability. This ability doesn't seem to have much effect on humans, but it is destructive to demons, especially the demon god pillar. Haoyue sacrificed his life force to help us destroy the pillar. If I guess correctly, the Demon Emperor wanted me because he knew that Haoyue was a threat to the demons. I have a blood contract with Haoyue. As long as I die, it will be difficult for Haoyue to live alone. In the general class Monster Hunt 64, it was impossible to say that no one had guessed this. However, at this moment, everyone's mind was in a mess. After hearing what Long Haochen said, everyone was more certain of their thoughts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became heavy. There was no doubt that for the Temple League, it was a great thing to have the power to destroy the demon god pillars. However, now the demons had launched a holy war that would not end until one side was dead. Did the Temple League really have enough strength to resist this holy war? No one knew. The war had just entered the initial stage, and both sides were preparing. For the past 6,000 years, although humans had been recuperating, they had only occupied a corner of the continent. The demon strength had also continued. At least, there was no problem with their fertility. While humans were accumulating strength, why couldn't the demons do the same? In particular, The number of high-grade demons was far from what it was 6,000 years ago. At this time, one could imagine how sensitive Long Houchin and Haoyue were. Xingyu fell into deep thought. From the Temple League's point of view, handing over Long Houchin would give them the chance to continue recuperating. However, would they have the chance to obtain the power to destroy the demon god pillars in the future? The answer was uncertain, and to protect Long Houchin, the Alliance would have to face the demon's wrath. After all, this was related to the rise and fall of the demons. Whoever ruled the demons would kill Long Houchin and Haoyue at all costs in this situation. After a long time, Shengyu said with some difficulty, "Child, you shouldn't have said it. This is very likely to be unfair to you. Do you understand?" Long Houchin smiled calmly. "A great-grandfather. There's nothing unfair about it. I can't go against my conscience. As I said, I can't hand over Haoyue. He's like my brother. What I can do is to tell the truth and let the Alliance make the decision. No matter what the Alliance decides, I will have no regrets. A great-grandfather, please find a room for me. Before the Alliance makes a decision, I will stay in our assassin temple." Xingyu closed his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. He was a person with a strong desire to control. What he hated the most was encountering things that he couldn't control. Without a doubt, Long Houchin was giving him such a situation. He couldn't predict what would happen if he reported Long Houchin's words to the Alliance. In a situation that involved the lives of millions of people in the Alliance, it wasn't a good decision. Great-grandfather. Kai, Er's voice suddenly sounded at this time, hearing her clear and melodious voice, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Long Houchin shivered and looked at Kai in disbelief. Kai. Er's eyes were still a little dull, but she walked towards Shengyu step by step. Xingyu opened his eyes and looked at Kai in surprise. She was his great-granddaughter, so he was naturally the most familiar with her. Kai. Er's voice sounded a little strange, very different from before. I remember now. You're my great-grandfather. A great-grandfather, Dad, Mom. Where are my dad and Mom? Why? Why didn't they come to save me? Why didn't they save me? Kai, what's wrong? Xingyu looked at Kai in shock. Long Houchin hurriedly stepped forward and came to Kai's side. Kai, do you remember? Do you remember everything? Why didn't they come to save me? Why didn't they come to save me? Kai, didn't pay attention to Long Houchin and only repeated the sentence. Her eyes were lifeless, but her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Her appearance really made people's hearts ache. Long Houchin had completely forgotten about his own matters. His mind was on Kai, and he anxiously wanted to pull her back. But Kai, was very emotional at this time. Her eyes were filled with despair and coldness as she stared at Shengyu. Why? Why did you leave me there? Why did you do this to me? Do you know? Her almost hysterical voice made everyone's heart clench. Puff! Long Houchin's palm gently cut the root of Kai's neck. Kai suddenly fell into his arms. Her face was covered with tears. What the hell is going on? Shengyu was also confused at this time. He was a little stunned by his great-granddaughter's sudden question. Long Houchin hugged Kai, and carefully wiped the tears on her face. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Kai, At this moment, he told the process of Kai's memory loss to Xingyu. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the Tower of Eternity. He only said that he had no choice but to break through the encirclement with Kai, which disturbed her awakening as a god's chosen one. After listening to Long Houchin's explanation, Xingyu didn't speak for a long time. He knew that this absolutely couldn't be blamed on Long Houchin. Kai suddenly awakened. Who could have predicted such a thing? Long Houchin had done his best. Although he didn't explain the situation in detail, it could be imagined that it wouldn't be easy for him to break through the encirclement of so many demon hunter exorcist experts. Let's go. You guys go home first. Shang Yu's home was the Exorcist Mountain Pass's administrative office. Shang Lingxin's family originally lived there and not at the Assassin Temple side. As the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief, their family had a small courtyard behind the administrative office. Shang Yu didn't have any intention of restricting Long Haochen and the others. He only let them stay there. Moreover, he told Long Haochen that he would report Long Haochen's situation to his superiors and let Long Haochen wait for news from the Temple League. When Shang Yu told Long Haochen this, he had already thought it through in his heart. This was the Exorcist Mountain Pass, his territory. If the Alliance decided to hand over Long Haochen in the end, then couldn't he just let this child go? Everyone had their own selfish motives, and he was no exception. When he saw the amnesiac Kai Er, Xing Yu's mood underwent a heaven and earth upheaval. For the first time, he felt that he was wrong. For the Alliance, and also for the Assassin Temple, Kai Er had endured pain that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even after losing her memories, the first memory she recovered was that unforgettable pain. If he didn't let her accept the sword of Samsara's inheritance, how could Kai Er have experienced such pain? And now, could it be that he wanted Long Haochen to sacrifice himself for the Alliance? Xing Yu couldn't do it. Therefore, he had already decided that no matter what, he would protect Long Haochen and Kai Er. Just like this, the commander rank Monster Hunt 64 settled down. Although the Holy War's huge shadow was shrouding the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the people living in Kai Er's home were exceptionally calm. That day, when Kai Er suddenly flared up, she was knocked unconscious by Long Haochen and sent back. After she woke up, her mood gradually calmed down. After several days of recovery, Long Haochen and the others gradually confirmed that Kai Er's memory had recovered bit, but it was only a very small part, which was the memories from before she was 3 or 4 years old. Clearly, she had been stimulated by the Exorcist Mountain Pass. In addition, a great-grandfather Xing Yu had left a deep mark in her heart, so she had finally recovered a bit of her memory. Even though it was only a small part of it, it was undoubtedly good news. Unfortunately, Shang Lingxin and his wife had only come back to see their daughter once before hurriedly returning to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The Holy War had begun, and although they were incomparably distressed for their daughter, how could they abandon the heavy responsibility they had shouldered? Long Haochen, are you there? Kai Er stood in front of the door next to her residence and lightly knocked on the door. When she had just recovered her memory, her mood had indeed been greatly affected. But in the past few days, under the consolation of Long Haochen and her companions, in addition to the concern of her parents and a great-grandfather, her mood had gradually calmed down. After all, her memory hadn't completely recovered. The past was the past, so she had gradually let go of it. In these 2 days, her mood had more or less recovered. There was no response from Long Haochen's familiar voice. After knocking for a while, Kai Er confirmed that there was no one in the room. She couldn't help but feel somewhat baffled. Generally speaking, Long Haochen should be cultivating in his room at this time. As her heart calmed down, she began to ponder about the recent events. Although Long Haochen was temporarily staying here, whether it was him or the whole team, they were currently full of uncertainty. Ever since she had lost her memory, the person who had been with her the longest was Long Haochen. It could be said that he had meticulously taken care of her. Although she still couldn't remember all the things that had happened between them, she was still a girl and people had feelings. As time passed, even if she had lost her memory, she had gradually accepted Long Haochen from the bottom of her heart. At least now, when Long Haochen held her hand again, she wouldn't blush so obviously and she wouldn't struggle to free herself. He had always been doing everything for her. Now that such a big matter had happened, she should also comfort him. Today, it was precisely because of this that Kai Er took the initiative to look for Long Haochen, but she discovered that he wasn't in his room. Could it be that the Temple League had already decided on that matter? Thinking up to this point, Kai Er felt her heart suddenly tighten, and an indescribable pain assaulted her in an instant, causing her breathing to become a bit hurried. But why didn't he tell me about it? No, it can't be. He definitely wouldn't leave just like that. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Kai didn't realize that, unknowingly, Long Houchin had also occupied a relatively important position in her heart, even though she had lost her memory. Kai, what are you doing? At this moment, a somewhat puzzled voice sounded beside her. Kai turned her head and happened to see Chin Inger walking out of the room on the other side, looking at her with a puzzled expression, as if grasping at a life-saving straw. Kai flashed to Chin Inger's side. Inger, where is Long Houchin? Have you seen him? Why isn't he in the room? Chin Inger said doubtfully, Of course he isn't in the room right now. He went to cook for you. Don't tell me you don't know. Ever since you came back, the things you eat every day have been personally made by Boss. Kai was stunned. An indescribable feeling spread throughout her body. At this moment, she felt as if all the pores on her body had relaxed. The worry from a moment ago was instantly replaced by a warm and comforting feeling. For a moment, the rims of her eyes immediately reddened. He actually went to cook for me. In a situation where he could be abandoned by the Alliance at any time, he actually thought of cooking for me and not himself. Seeing Kai-er's expression, Chin Inger confirmed that she really didn't know. She didn't hide her jealousy at all. Kai-er, you really are lucky. Do you know that? That day when you recovered some of your memories, Boss said that your mind is currently unstable and your body will also become weak. You must definitely cook something delicious for you to nourish your body. Nourishing your body can also help you adjust your emotions. He also said. At this point, Chin Inger suddenly stopped. Kai-er's sluggish eyes instantly became clear. What else did he say? Chin Inger's eyes also reddened. He also said that he doesn't know if he will have another chance like this in the future. He said that he wants to cherish every day that he is together with you. He can only do this for you. A figure flashed, and Kai-er, who was in front of Chin Inger a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. Looking at the figure that Kai-er brought with her as she left, Chin Inger lightly sighed and said to herself, Kai-er, you really are lucky. If one day that guy of mine can treat me like Boss, even if I have to die, I will be willing. In the backyard of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, there were several kitchens. In one of the small kitchens, Long Houchin was busy. This kitchen wasn't big, but at Long Houchin's request, it was specially allocated for him to use these days. At this time, he was adding firewood to the stove, and from time to time, he would pay attention to the situation of the flames under the large pot. A thick fragrance had already filled the air, making people's mouths water. Inside the pot, there were 3 wyverns. Of course, they weren't real dragons, but a kind of very nourishing bird that wasn't even in the category of magic beasts. Early in the morning, when the sky had just brightened, Long Houchin ran to the kitchen to deal with the 3 wyverns and stew the soup. From time to time, he would add firewood and smell the soup. After determining that there wouldn't be any problems, he went to the chopping board to deal with the other ingredients. As the saying goes, poor people's children matured early. When Long Houchin was 6 years old, he had already started to learn how to cook from his mother. Although his skill couldn't be said to be very good, the taste wasn't too bad. The wild vegetable soup that his mother used to drink was all stewed by him. His current living conditions were clearly incomparable to that time. Long Houchin just wanted to do some things he wanted to do before the Alliance made the decision. At this time, he didn't want to think about his parents because he didn't want his father to feel embarrassed because of his matters. After so many years, he hadn't seen his parents, so he could only silently pray for them. And what he wanted to do the most right now naturally wasn't cultivation. If the Alliance decided to hand him over, then what was the point of cultivating? It was impossible for him to catch up to the Demon Emperor in such a short time. Therefore, he just wanted to do some things for Kai-er. As he grew older, the nearly 18 years old Long Houchin had long since understood that his feelings for Kai wasn't just love, but also the love between a man and a woman. Because every time he thought of Kai, he would feel that no matter what he did for her, he was willing to do it. Kai's memory loss was the greatest pain he had ever experienced. The future was uncertain, and he didn't want to think about this at all. He just hoped that he could spend more time with Kai, see her every day and do something for her. That was enough. But what could he do? Long Houchin realized that there was really not much he could do for Kai, so he decided to come to the kitchen. At least Kai, could eat the dishes he cooked himself every day. This feeling made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart, especially after seeing Kai. Emotions gradually recover these few days. Long Houchin's mood suddenly became better. He didn't worry about the future at all, and had long put everything aside. Kai stood silently outside the kitchen door. Through the crack of the door, she looked at Long Houchin, who was busy. He wore a clean white apron and kept busy between the stove and the kitchen table. At this time, he only looked like a young chef. Where was the aura of the leader of the monster hunters? Unknowingly, Kai's eyes were blurred. She only felt that her heart was stabbed fiercely, and her throat was choked, unable to say a word. The expression of Long Houchin, who was in the middle of cooking, suddenly changed. Raising his right hand, he gestured inside. With a faint flash of golden light, the door to the kitchen was pulled open by his spiritual energy, just in time to see Kai's tearful face to face. Long Houchin looked at her in surprise. Long Houchin. Kai rushed in, threw herself into his arms, and burst into tears. Long Houchin was a little confused by her crying, but he still had vegetables in his hands, and there were still water droplets dripping down. He was afraid that he would dirty Kai's clothes, so he could only open his hands like a fool. Silly, what's wrong with you? Long Houchin asked softly. When he called her silly, his heart couldn't help but be filled with warmth. In the past, Kai loved to call him that. He was her silly. Kai didn't say anything, and just threw herself into his arms and cried. Long Houchin helplessly put down the kitchen knife in his hand and wiped his hands on the apron before hugging her delicate body. Kai's body was still so soft, but as she grew older, she became more slender than before. Hugging her soft and delicate body, Long Houchin only felt a sense of peace in his heart. This feeling wasn't the same as before. Although he finally hugged Kai, again, he knew that his Kai didn't really come back. At this time, she was only touched, but not the unforgettable love from before. But this was undoubtedly a good progress, wasn't it? Long Houchin, in this world, no one will treat me better than you. Kai raised her head and said to Long Houchin. Long Houchin laughed and said, Of course, if I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? As long as you can be well, I will be satisfied. Don't deliberately think about the past. To be honest, I was scared by you that day, and now I don't even want you to recover your memory. Because if you recover your memory, it will undoubtedly make you remember those painful times in the past. Kai gently shook her head. No, I must recover my memory, because in my memory there is you. I really want to truly feel the feeling I had when I was with you in the past. Perhaps it's because of that pain from before that I can feel your feelings for me even more. The other people in the handsome grade Monster Hunt 64 quickly discovered that Kai had recently changed. She became very attached to Long Houchin, and besides sleeping at night, the two practically stuck together every day. Long Houchin would cook for Kai, and Kai would accompany him by his side, helping him wash the vegetables. No one would disturb them. Even the rumbling sounds of the battle outside the Exorcist mountain pass were automatically filtered by them. These days belonged to them alone. Unfortunately, blissful days always passed quickly, and they were always interrupted. On the 11th day after Long Houchin and the others arrived at the Exorcist mountain pass, the heroic Xingyu once again appeared in front of them. Long Houchin, let me tell you a piece of good news. The Alliance has decided to accept the challenge and launch an all-out holy war with the demons. When he said this, Xing Yu's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. Ah! Long Haochen looked at Shang Yu in astonishment. A great-grandfather, what about me? Shang Yu faintly smiled and said, Not to mention you. Even I didn't expect that everyone's opinion would be so unanimous, without any arguments. It has been unanimously approved that you will officially become the future successor of the Knights Templars. At the same time, the Alliance will protect your safety at all costs. Everyone's opinion is unanimous. Your existence will be a fatal blow to the demons, and when your strength grows to a sufficient level, it will be a disaster for the demons. And our holy war is precisely for the sake of persevering until that day. Don't worry, everything is developing in the best direction, and you don't need to worry about this war at all. Although the demons took the initiative to initiate the holy war, they launched it very hastily and didn't make sufficient preparations. On the contrary, in order to sound the horn of counterattack, the Alliance has been preparing for too long. The Demon Emperor is indeed powerful, but if he wants to invade our Alliance, it won't be an easy task. It's still not clear who will emerge victorious. Listening to Shang Yu's words, the Commander Class Monster Hunt 64 people breathed a sigh of relief. Although Long Haochen himself wasn't worried, how could his companions not be worried for him? The Alliance's decision was undoubtedly exciting for them. What they needed to do now was to go all out to help the Alliance resist the foreign enemy. Long Haochen clenched his fists subconsciously and said in a deep voice, A great-grandfather, in that case, I am willing to ask the Alliance for permission to return to the interior of the demons with my companions. When the demons launched the holy war, their rear must be empty, and they must have demon gods guarding the rear. If we can kill a few more demon gods behind the enemy's rear, then it will definitely have a strong interference effect on the demons' holy war. However, Xing Yu immediately rejected his proposal. No, you are now a key target of the Alliance's protection. How can we let you risk your life with the demons again? There will naturally be people who will do the work behind the enemy's rear. This isn't something you need to worry about now. After the Alliance made the decision, they also issued a compulsory mission to your team, a compulsory mission that must be completed. After this mission is completed, you will officially advance to King-class monster hunters. Huh? What mission? Long Haochen asked in surprise. Shang Yu smiled slyly and said, This mission can't be said to be difficult, but it can't be said to be too easy either. Every one of you is an elite of each temple. Because of your relationship with Long Haochen, you have also received the recognition of the temple. Therefore, the Alliance has decided that in the next period of time, all of you will be further educated and fully trained to become the next generation of the Alliance. Therefore, all of you must return to the headquarters of your respective temple and listen to the deployment, training, and training of your respective temple, until you can complete your apprenticeship. Ah! Everyone exclaimed almost at the same time. This compulsory mission was naturally a good thing for them personally, but it also meant that their team would have to temporarily split up. No, we don't want to split up, Lin Xan said anxiously. Xing Yu's face darkened. Is this something you can decide? You are all part of the Alliance and also demon hunters. It is your duty to obey orders. This is the unanimous decision of the Alliance, and it has the support of every temple, including mine. Over the past few years, all of you have contributed a lot to the Alliance, but your strength is far from strong enough. Now, all of you are the target of the demons. If we let you go on a mission again, the final result will be a failure. Therefore, what you need most now is to settle down and not advance rashly. Especially Long Haochen, you can't go on a mission again. After thinking for a moment, Long Haochen raised his hand to signal his teammates to calm down, and then asked Shang Yu, A great-grandfather, under what circumstances can we form a new team? Xing Yu smiled and said, This is not difficult. First, your individual strength must be above the 7th rank. As the team leader, you must be at least the 8th rank. Also, you must pass the assessment of your respective temple. When the alliance needs you, you can resume your team. Oh, right. Each of you must obtain a special title from your respective temple. For example, Long Houchin must become a knight on a golden pedestal. In other words, you must prove to the alliance that you have the ability to protect yourselves. Only then will the alliance allow you to form a new team and continue carrying out missions. Hearing Xingyu's words, everyone was silent. They understood that the alliance was doing this for their own good. One reason was to nurture them, and the other was to prevent them from carrying out missions and taking risks. This was not only because Long Houchin and the others were important, but also because Long Houchin and Haoyue had the ability to destroy the demon god pillars. It could be said that since the alliance had decided to protect them, they would do their best to protect them. If they wanted to step onto the battlefield again, it would naturally not be an easy matter. Xingyu said in a deep voice, "I have already issued a strict order to keep the matter of your return a secret. Everyone who knows of your return will keep it a secret. However, because you took action in the Demon Exorcist mountain range, it is hard to guarantee that the demons won't know of your arrival in the Exorcist mountain range. Therefore, you must set off as soon as possible and return to your respective temple to further your studies. Children, the Alliance is thinking of your future. We also know that after carrying out missions together for so long, you all have deep feelings for each other and don't want to separate. However, your survival is not only related to your lives, but also to the future of the Alliance. Therefore, no matter what, you must complete this mission without any hesitation. If you want to reunite as soon as possible, then each of you must put in 200% effort to increase your strength. Let me ask you if one day you can possess the strength of the demon god Fallen, who will restrict you?" Hearing Shan Yu's earnest and well-meaning words, Long Houchin silently nodded. "A great-grandfather, thank you, and thank the Alliance for protecting me. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to improve myself. However, Speaking up to here, Long Houchin's complexion suddenly became somewhat pale. He turned his head to look at the similarly pale Kai, and for a moment he was speechless. Shan Yu lightly sighed and said, "Kai also has a lot to learn from the Eastern heretic. Moreover, she needs to rest for a long time due to her amnesia, since she recovered a bit of her memories after returning. Staying in the Exorcist mountain range is the best choice for her. Don't worry, her parents and I will take good care of her, and hopefully we can help her recover some of her memories. Moreover, with your talents, I believe that in just a few years you will be able to complete the mission the Alliance gave you. Moreover, the Assassin Temple isn't far from the Knights Templars. When you have some achievements in your cultivation at the Knights Templar side, don't tell me that you won't come to see this girl. Don't worry, even if the Alliance is still unwilling to loosen the mission, when you are over 20 years old, I will definitely personally send Kai to your side and officiate your wedding." Hearing the words officiate, Long Houchin and Kai, his originally pale complexion immediately turned red. The two of them looked at each other, Kai's eyes filled with bashfulness and happiness, while Long Houchin's happiness also contained a touch of worry. No matter what in his heart, he still hoped that Kai could recover her memories. Otherwise, he would always feel that something was missing. Only he would have to separate from Kai. 20 years old, that was more than 2 years. When Kai turned 20, it would be more than 3 years. After being separated for so long, Long Houchin's heart was filled with indescribable reluctance. Xingyu patted Long Houchin's shoulder. "Child, you should understand that for you, this is already the best result. The Alliance can only do this much. You must leave immediately. You cannot stay any longer. I will send experts from the Assassin Temple to escort you. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. This parting was for a better reunion in the future. Don't worry, we will take good care of Kai. Putong, Long Houchin knelt in front of Xingyu. "A great-grandfather, it is all my fault. I did not take good care of her, causing her to lose her memories. We are about to separate. I have a small request. I want to cook a meal for her. Can I also cook a meal for my companions?" When Long Houchin said this, everyone's eyes turned red. Kai, I was the first to jump into Long Houchin's embrace. "Long Houchin, leader, boss." Xinyu raised his head and looked at the sky, trying his best to not let his tears fall. "Okay, I will give you another half a day. Tonight you must leave. I will make the necessary arrangements." After saying this, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Separation in life and death was the greatest pain in life. This was what Long Houchin and the rest were facing. Ever since they formed the Soldier Grade #1 Monster Hunters in the Holy City, they had experienced too many things. Everyone had gone through life and death together, charging through the demons together. The relationship between them could no longer be described as simple companions and friends. They were good brothers and sisters who could entrust their backs to each other. They were comrades who could give up their lives for each other. Chapter 164. The day before they were about to be separated was so painful for all of them. Long Houchin had personally prepared a sumptuous lunch for his companions. However, when it came time to eat, none of them could swallow it. Everyone, don't be like this. A great-grandfather is right. Today's separation is for a better reunion in the future. I promise you that in 2 years, 3 years at most, I will try my best to rebuild our team. When that time comes, we will become a king-tier monster hunters. Although we are parting, our communication cannot be broken. The Alliance uses magic to send letters. When everyone returns to their respective temple, you must inform me immediately that you are safe. Long Houchin forcefully suppressed the pain in his heart and comforted his companions. Lin Xian, after the separation, you are the one with the most important task. Apart from not delaying your training, you have a lot of things to do. Everyone, gather up your storage equipment. I will gather all the materials we brought back from Eternal Melody and give them to Lin Xian. When you return, exchange them for the various items we need, especially the sores and forest boa. The forest boa body honing pills, made from the forest boa king's snake gallbladder and inner core. You can send them to the others. I don't need them. I am a god's favored. After my awakening, my physique has been greatly improved. The forest boa body honing pills shouldn't be of much use to me. You must make good use of the Sore corpses. First, transform them into weapons and equipment for Yuan. Then think of selling them. Lin Xian nodded silently, keeping Long Houchin's advice in mind. Long Houchin continued, "Although refining pills is important, your own training is also very important. You don't want to be distanced from your companions, do you? Although there are not many potioneers in the Alliance, it is not that there are none. I believe that your magic temple must have the best potioneers. We've brought back so many good things this time. You can use them to hire a devil apothecary to refine dawn for us. Don't do everything by yourself. You must leave enough time for cultivation. Also, you'll be in charge of allocating other resources. During these 2 to 3 years, don't buy any equipment. Lin Xian will be in charge of the allocation. This way, they could avoid wasting resources. Lin Xian, remember, don't be stingy with your money. Only purchase legendary equipment and above. If epic equipment appears and suits us, don't hesitate to buy it at all costs." Everyone saw the battle in the Royal Demon Mountain Range. Although the magic spell cast by number 9 wasn't a true forbidden spell, its might was comparable to a forbidden spell and had the effect of reversing the situation. Thus, Lin Xian, your other task is to purchase forbidden spells, fire-type forbidden spells. To make up for your lack of attack power, you're the only pure mage in our team. Be it fire-type forbidden spells or fire-type magic scrolls, as long as you think it's suitable, you can purchase them. If other monster hunters heard Long Houchin's words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. However, Long Houchin's team could indeed be considered rich and overbearing. They had too many good things in their hands, not to mention anything else. Just the body of the Anaconda King was a priceless treasure. According to the records, the Forest Boa King was a species of magical beast that had disappeared long ago. One could only imagine how useful it was. There were also the inner cores and gallbladder of ordinary forest boas. These were all good things. These were only a small part of the profits from their trip to the demons. Long Houchen's eternal melody alone had quite a few corpses of 8th grade demons, not to mention the corpse of the snake demon god Andamari that Lin Xian had collected. You have a heavy responsibility, but you must remember, no matter what, you must not delay your training. Do you understand? Long Houchen continued to warn Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly, but his eyes reddened again. Boss, don't worry. I won't fall behind. Long Houchen smiled and turned to Sima Xian. Sima, when you return to the Temple of the Priestesses, Southern Pass, you must also train hard. Remember not to be impulsive. Consult your teacher. I have a feeling that being a disciplined priest is not as simple as it seems. If possible, read through the books of the Temple of the Priests. Lin Xian will also give priority to the Forest Boa body honing pills made from the Forest Boa King's gall and inner core. You just have to remember not to participate in the battle impulsively. Just listen to the Temple of the Priests. As for the retainer contract between us, you and Han, you don't have to worry. After I become a god's favored, the contract will no longer be limited by distance. When we meet again in 2 or 3 years, the contract will almost expire. Sima Xian held his big bald head with both hands and lowered his head, not saying a word. He looked rough, but his heart was very meticulous. At this moment, his tiger eyes were already filled with tears. In his mind, the scenes of going through fire and water with his companions kept appearing. For a moment, he was completely speechless. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Don't forget to contact Miss Fong Ling, from the Sanctuary Alliance Grand Auction. Maybe she has been waiting for your news. Yuan, after returning to the Warriors' Temple, you have to keep in touch with Lin Xian. He will help you forge a good weapon. Work hard on your training, and strive to embed all 7 sockets of your divine soul shield with sky silver crystals as soon as possible." "Yes." Wang Yuanyuan pursed her lips tightly and stared at Long Houchen, only nodding her head vigorously. Long Houchen forced a smile and said, "Everyone, don't be like this. It's not like we won't meet again after today. This separation is for a better reunion in the future. I sincerely hope that when we meet again, each of you will be stronger than me. Actually, I look forward to meeting you the most. If I remember correctly, you said that only after reaching the 7th order would your true abilities be revealed. Now that you're already at the 6th order, you're only a step away from the 7th order. The next time we meet, you must show us how powerful you are." Chan Ing was even stronger than Wang Yuanyuan. "Leader, don't worry. When we meet again, I will definitely not be a burden to everyone. I will definitely become the main force of the team. I'm sorry, I never told you. Actually, my innate internal spiritual energy is 92. I lied in the past. This time, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Another god-favored? Channing. Er's eyes showed deep regret and sadness. This is the agreement between me and Grandma. Although we are both God-favored with an internal spiritual energy of more than 90, my body is too weak. Before reaching the 7th rank, I will not be able to display my ability at all. Only after reaching the 7th rank can I truly have the physique of a soul saintess and directly awaken as a God-favored. At that time, perhaps I will have the ability to communicate with magical beasts like Yi Xiaolei. I'm sorry. I have been hiding it from everyone. Even in the Soul Temple, only Grandma knows the secret. The shock on Long Houchen's face gradually disappeared, and he patted her shoulder. You don't need to apologize. Everyone has their own secrets. Moreover, this is a good thing for everyone. Since that's the case, the next time we meet, you must complete your awakening. Moreover, with the lesson from Kai, when you break through to the 7th rank, you must be in a safe place and ask the Almighty of your soul temple to protect you. Channing said proudly, "Commander, the next time we meet, my goal is to reach the 8th rank. I will definitely catch up with you." Long Houchin laughed. "Good. Then I will wait for you to catch up." The arrogance on Chen Ingir's face suddenly dissipated, and tears streamed down her face. "Leader, I want to hug all of you. Can I?" How could she be stronger than Wang Yuanyuan? At this moment, her stubbornness finally shattered. Of course. Long Houchin stood up with a disappointed and reluctant smile and opened his arms to Chen Ingir. After a full hour, everyone returned to their rooms, leaving time for Long Houchin and Kai. In the team, they were the only couple, and a couple who had experienced so many difficulties and hardships. Despite their reluctance, the others still gave them more time. "Let's go sit on the roof for a while, okay?" "Yes." Leaning against each other, Kai didn't cry. She just leaned against Long Houchin's side. "Long Houchin, do you think I will remember everything the next time we meet?" Kai asked softly. Long Houchin shook his head silently. "I don't know." Kai asked again, "Then do you want me to remember?" Long Houchin didn't say anything this time. Of course, he hoped that she would remember, but he didn't want her to remember the pain of the past. "I will definitely remember, because I really want to know in my original memory, what is it like? There must be a very special feeling, right?" Kai widened her eyes and looked up at Long Houchin. His handsome face looked even more handsome under the sunlight. "He is really good-looking, and he is so powerful. Most importantly, he treats me so well." But even though Kai had gradually accepted him in her heart, the shadow of amnesia still shrouded her heart from beginning to end, to the point where she always felt that there was a layer separating them, as if this layer wasn't removed, she wouldn't be able to truly face him. Long Houchin gently stroked Kai-er's long hair. At this moment, his heart was very peaceful. His gaze was very gentle. He could also feel the layer of estrangement between him and Kai-er. However, he wasn't in a hurry, nor would he force her. He believed that regardless of whether she recovered her memory or not, one day he would win her heart again. Parting was a kind of settling, allowing everyone's hearts to calm down. Perhaps when they met again, she would really be able to remember everything. The two sat like this, from the rising sun to the setting sun. Even when Long Houchin quietly left, Kai was still sitting there. On that day, when the moon turned and the stars appeared in the darkness, her tears finally flowed uncontrollably. "I want to remember him." Long Houchin and Han Yu set off together. Together with them were 4 heroic hidden assassins. At such a critical juncture, this was the most strength that Shang Yu could spare. They escorted the 2 people all the way to the north, straight towards the dragon-resisting pass where Basilica of the Knights was located. In the legends of the Holy Demon Continent, the dragon race lived in the northeast. In order to resist the invasion of the dragon race, humans established the dragon-resisting pass in ancient times to resist the invasion of the dragon race. Compared to the other impregnable passes, the terrain around the dragon-resisting pass was relatively flat. However, it was completely covered in ice and snow, and the snow never melted all year round. Outside of the dragon-resisting pass, within a large area, there was not even a blade of grass growing in the bitterly cold land. There would often be ice and snowstorms that were comparable to forbidden spells. The power of nature became the natural barrier of this impregnable pass. Therefore, although the Knights Templars was the head of the 6th Great Temple, the number of times the dragon-resisting pass encountered an attack was not many. What's more, the dragon-resisting pass itself was originally built to resist the dragon race. Among the 6 great impregnable passes of the Temple League, it was the most magnificent one. It possessed several kinds of powerful weapons of mass destruction that had been passed down from ancient times. The pain of parting turned into motivation to move forward. The Exorcist Pass was the closest stronghold to the dragon-resisting pass. Under the escort of the 4 hidden heroic assassins, Long Houchen and Han Yu alternated between flying and walking every day. It only took them 5 days to arrive at the impregnable pass where the Basilica of the Knights was located. Just like the news they received from the Exorcist Pass, the dragon-resisting pass was similarly besieged by the demon army. The situation was grim, even more so than the Exorcist Pass. Before they even entered the dragon-resisting pass, they had already received the news. Outside the dragon-resisting pass, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th great elite legions of the demons were gathered. They were personally led by the demon gods of Death, Samakina, and the Bear Veilfar. With the assistance of the other 6 great demon gods, they were garrisoned here. Although the conditions outside the dragon-resisting pass were vile, the demons' most elite legions were garrisoned here. The entire army numbered no more than 300,000, but their overall fighting strength far surpassed the 1 million strong demon army of the Exorcist Pass. From the hidden heroic assassins, Long Houchen and Han Yu also learned that the demons had indeed gone all out in this holy war. Among the 72 demon god pillars, 56 had come to battle. Among them, there were 8 demon gods overseeing every impregnable human pass, and the demon emperor personally led 7 demon gods to the rear of the battlefield. They could appear on any side of the battlefield at any time. It must be known that the demon emperor was together with the moon demon Agars and the star demon Vashik. The combined strength of the 3 demons could be imagined. At this time, the Temple League's monster hunters also played a decisive role. When the demons announced their holy war against the Temple League's top monster hunters had their eyes on the demon emperor and the others, ready to take action at any time. Because of this, the demon emperor didn't act blindly without thinking. However, no one knew how long the 2 sides would hold each other back for. After 5 days of hurrying on the road, the longing and sadness of separation in Long Houchen and Han Yu's hearts had finally been diluted by a lot. The commander-grade Monster Hunt 64 team had temporarily split up. Although it was painful to part, everyone was still holding back their strength. They had to diligently cultivate in preparation for the next time they formed a new team. Why did the Temple League want them to split up and return to the temple to cultivate? Wasn't it because their strength wasn't enough and they were worried about their actions among the demons? Long Houchen and Kair were key targets of protection, especially Long Houchen. The Alliance decided to protect him, so in the future he would be the mainstay of the Alliance against the demons. He was the only hope to destroy the demon god pillars. Therefore, the Temple League decided to temporarily freeze them. As for how long this freeze would last, no one could say. But at least, Sheng Yu had pointed them in a direction. At least until all of them had broken through to the 7th Order, and Long Houchen had to break through to the 8th Order and become a knight on a golden pedestal. Only then would it be possible for them to form a monster hunters team to fight against the demons again. Therefore, in order to reunite with their companions as soon as possible, the only thing they could do was to desperately improve themselves, for the present and also for the future. What Long Houchen and Han Yu didn't expect was that when they arrived outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass, the Knights Templars had already received the news, and there were people welcoming them. There weren't many people welcoming them, only a dozen or so. However, when Long Houchen saw the 2 people standing at the front, his suppressed emotions could no longer be restrained. Rushing forward in 3 steps, Long Houchen knelt down on the ground, choking with sobs as he called out the name that he missed so much. Mom, yes, among the people who came to welcome them. One of the 2 at the front was Long Houchen's mother, Bayu. Since his mother and father left together, Long Houchen hadn't seen his mother for more than 5 years. Seeing Bayu again, how could he not be excited? Compared to before, Bayu didn't look sickly, but her face still looked very haggard. She staggered towards Long Houchen, and when Long Houchen knelt down, she had already hugged her son in her arms, crying bitterly. Long Houchen grew up with his mother, and his relationship with Bayu was the deepest. The mother and son depended on each other until Long Xingwu found them. Only then could they be considered a family reunion. After being separated for so long, Long Haochen was really too emotional to see his mother again. The person who came to welcome Long Haochen with Baiyu wasn't his father, Long Xingwu. Instead, he was also one of the elders that Long Haochen respected the most, the Lord of the Knights Templars, the owner of the throne of God of Protection and Mercy. The Knight of the Seal, Yang Haohen, the Knights Templars' defense and coordination officer. Yang Haohen was still the same as before. Looking at the reunited mother and son, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Baiyu looked at her son as if she couldn't get enough of him. After not seeing him for more than 5 years, Long Haochen had grown from a teenager to a tall and sturdy young man. The childishness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by determination. Gently caressing her son's reluctance, Baiyu couldn't say anything at all. As a mother, after more than 5 years and nearly 2,000 days and nights of longing, it was easy to imagine how she felt when she finally saw her son. The mother and son hugged each other and cried bitterly. No one disturbed them. Everyone knew that they needed to vent their emotions, especially Long Haochen. This time his team was split up, and he was already in a bad mood. Finally seeing his mother, he was only a child in front of his mother, not the leader of the monster hunters. At this moment, it was as if the heavy burden on his shoulders had been lifted. Han, you came in front of Yang Haohen, bowed respectfully and stood aside. This was the first time he saw Long Haochen like this. At this moment, he could feel that Long Haochen was a young man who was a few years younger than him, and not the leader or boss who was always strategizing. After crying for a long time, Long Haochen felt much better after completely venting the depression in his heart. Only then did he help his mother to stand up. He bowed respectfully to Yang Haohen. Long Haochen greets leader. Grandfather Yang, how are you? Yes, Yang Haohen wasn't just the leader of the Knights Templars. He was also the leader of the Temple League. Knights Templars was different from other temple. As long as one could become a Knight of the Seal, then he would be the leader of the temple, not the vice leader. Therefore, the current Knights Templars had 3 Knight of the Seal, which meant that there were 3 leaders. This point was meaningless in other temple. After all, the Knight of the Seal had always been the strongest among human rank, 9 powerhouses. Yang Haohen faintly smiled, nodded to him, and said, I'm very well. It's been hard on you, child. Long Haochen silently shook his head, stood at his mother's side, and didn't say anything. Yang Haohen then said to the 4 hidden heroic assassins, You 4 have worked hard. Follow me into the city to rest. The leader of the hidden heroic assassins said, Many thanks for leader's kindness, but we will still return. Leader Shengyu is still waiting for our reply. An Exorcist Mountain Pass also needs us. Yang Haohen didn't stay any longer, nodded slightly, and the 4 hidden heroic assassins saluted him again, then soared up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After sending Long Haochen to Yang Haohen, they naturally didn't need to worry about any danger appearing. The one in front of them was a Knight of the Seal that even the Demon Emperor had to face. Long Haochen's mood calmed down a lot, and he supported his mother and said, Mother, what about father? Is he at the front lines? Hearing Long Haochen mention Long Xingwu, Yang Haohen and Baiyu's complexion slightly changed. Baiyu softly said, Child, let's go into the city first. An ominous premonition instantly rose in Long Haochen's heart, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Mother, father, humans and demons had fought for so many years, and even if Long Xingwu was a Knight of the Seal, dying on the battlefield wasn't impossible. For a moment, Long Haochen only felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest, and his face lost all color. Baiyu looked at her son's face, and suddenly became anxious. Long Haochen, don't think too much. Your father is fine. Long Haochen impatiently asked, What the hell is going on? Mother, tell me quickly. Baiyu saw that she couldn't hide it anymore and sighed. Silly child, do you know why mother and father left you? Long Haochen said without hesitation, Didn't father say that a young eagle can never fly under the protection of its parents? He wanted me to practice hard and experience more trials. So he returned with you to Knights Templars. Bai Yu gently shook her head. This is only one of the reasons. More importantly, your father didn't want you to worry about him when you were so young. We left because he challenged the 7th demon god of the demons, Amon. That's why we left you. Soon after we returned to Dragon Resisting Pass, your father went to fight Amon. What? Long Houchin was shocked. Until now, he didn't know that there was such a reason why his father left. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel confused. Yang Haohin had already arrived at his side without him noticing. She raised her hand and placed it on Long Houchin's shoulder. Gentle, light spiritual force was injected into his body. The gentle warmth made Long Houchin's mind feel a bit better. Child, you have to calm down. With your father's strength, he has at least a 60% chance of winning against Amon. Although he didn't come back after that battle, the demons didn't announce Amon's victory. That battle belongs only to the two of them. Then why didn't father come back? Will he? Long Houchin's heart was full of worry. Yang Haohin shook his head. Your father is definitely still alive, because as a Knight of the Seal, if he dies in battle, then his throne of God will automatically return to the temple. But now his throne of God has never returned, which proves that he is still alive. But we don't know where he is. He must have something important to do. That's why he didn't come back. Don't worry too much. We have been sending people to look for him. Listening to Yang Haohin's words, Long Houchin finally calmed down. He has always been smart. After calming down, his brain also operated at high speed. He asked, Grandfather Yang, since my father didn't come back, did Amon participate in the Holy War? Yang Haohin nodded. Amon is one of the 8 demon gods outside our Dragon Resisting Pass. Together with Samakina and Veilfer, he commands the demon army. Long Houchin said, Then can you find out where father went from Amon? Yang Haohin sighed softly. It's very difficult. Amon is different from other demon gods. His title is War-Mad Demon God. Among the demons, he may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the most warlike one. As the 7th demon god, he doesn't have a race of his own. There was a time when the mad demons wanted to join him, but he sternly refused. The reason was very simple. The mad demons are too weak, not worthy to be his race. In Amon's heart, there is only battle. Therefore, he is also the demon god who slaughtered the most experts of our alliance. When it comes to battle, he is a madman. However, Amon also has one good point. He only loves to fight. He never disdains to kill ordinary soldiers who are much weaker than him. Therefore, although he has killed many of our Temple Alliance's experts, the number of ordinary soldiers he has killed is the least. There have been at least 4 battles between your father and Amon, each of them extremely tragic. No one can do anything to the other. But they also have some friendship. Your father and Amon agreed that before they defeat each other, they will not easily get involved in the battle. Therefore, even if Amon is here, he is actually more of a deterrent to your father's existence. Before this, the demons have already carried out a few probing attacks. Although Amon's demon god pillar is here, he did not appear on the battlefield. From this, it can be seen that your father will definitely be fine. Amon is looking for him. War-mad demon god Amon. Long Houchin subconsciously clenched his fists. In his mind, the most profound memory of his father was the moment when Long Xingwu summoned the throne of god of doomsday and massacre. The tall image of his father was deeply imprinted in his mind. One day, I will also challenge that war-mad demon god. Yang Haohin smiled and said, Let's go. I believe that in the future, you will definitely become an even better Knight of the Seal than your father. I am also looking forward to that day coming soon. When that time comes, perhaps you will be the nightmare of the demons. Let's go. Let's enter the city first. You will be very busy for the next period of time. Huh. Long Houchin looked at Yang Haohin doubtfully, not knowing what he meant. But his feet followed him into the city. Seeing that her son had calmed down, Bai also secretly heaved a sigh of relief, her expression imperceptibly becoming much better. She looked tenderly at her son, who was supporting her, thinking in her heart, "My little Houchen has grown up." As they walked into the city, Yang Haohen said to Long Houchen, "I have heard about your matter from Shengyu. Although we had high expectations of you in the beginning, I did not expect that you would still bring us surprises again and again. The youngest Captain-tier monster hunters, the youngest General-tier monster hunters. You are even more outstanding than your father was back then. Originally, old Chiu from the Warrior Temple told me that you will definitely become a Knight of the Seal before the age of 30. I thought he was exaggerating, but now it seems that he was right. You are not even 18 years old, but you have already reached the 7th Order." Long Houchen's handsome face turned slightly red and said, "Grandfather Yang, don't praise me. This is the first time I have come to our Knights Templars. What do you plan to do next?" Yang Haohen smiled slightly and said, "Do you think that we will definitely find a special place to hide you when we let you come back, so that the demons will not find you?" Long Houchen was stunned, but he still nodded, subconsciously. This was indeed what he was thinking. Yang Haohen shook his head and said, "No, you are wrong. If we do that, it will only bury your talent and even leave a shadow in your heart forever. It is one thing for us Knights Templars to explain to the Alliance, but it is another matter for us to plan for ourselves. We have already made the decision to do everything we can to nurture you. On the other hand, the battlefield is the best place to improve a knight." Long Houchen was overjoyed. This was the first good news he had heard since returning to the Temple League. "Grandfather Yang, you allow me to go to the battlefield? That is great. When? Can I do it now?" For some reason, after the disbandment of the team, Long Houchen's youthful nature was released a lot. He was not as calm as when he was a team leader, but more energetic. Yang Haohen laughed and said, "You are really impatient. You will definitely go to the battlefield, but not so soon. Both you and Han, you must fulfill 2 conditions before you can step onto the battlefield again." "All right, tell me." Long Houchen said without hesitation. Yang Haohen said, "Your cultivation has increased a lot, but have your skills kept up? I know that you have bought some skills from the Holy City, but that is far from enough. I have arranged a series of skills for you to learn. Therefore, the first thing you must do is to familiarize yourself with these skills. Don't think that it is easy. Some skills are not so easy to learn." Long Houchen nodded. This was what they had to do. Yang Haohen continued, "The second condition is that you must become a Mithril Foundation Knight. With the Mithril Foundation armor, you will be able to protect yourselves better. At the same time, it will be harder for the demons to discover your existence. These 2 conditions are not too difficult. I am not making things difficult for you." Long Houchen was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "It is not difficult, not difficult. I will work hard to learn the skills and step onto the battlefield as soon as possible." Yang Haohen laughed and said, "Why? It seems that you do not care about the Mithril Foundation Knight assessment." Long Houchen scratched his head awkwardly, but still said, "I believe I can do it." On the other side, Han Yu had a bitter expression. He was only at the 6th Order. If he wanted to participate in the Mithril Foundation Knight assessment, he had to be at least at the 7th Order. Furthermore, Mithril Foundation Knights were the cream of the crop even among rank 7 knights. With Long Houchen's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to pass the test, but it would not be easy for him. Yang Haohen smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't take the assessment so lightly. You are different from the others. You have the constitution of the Son of Light, and you are the next Temple Master of the Knights Templars. No matter what the assessment is, it will be stricter than the others. You will know when the time comes." "Okay." Long Houchen agreed without hesitation. To him, the most painful situation was to be confined and protected. If that was the case, he would not be able to bear it. As for the assessment, he was confident in himself. Even if he did not have enough strength now, He would definitely succeed through continuous training. This was not only confidence in his strength, but also confidence in his own talent. The scale of the dragon-resisting mountain pass was much larger than the Exorcist mountain pass. To be precise, the dragon-resisting mountain pass was a huge mountain. An entire fort was dug out from the mountain. After entering the impregnable mountain pass, Long Houchin vaguely felt that there were several extremely terrifying auras near the mountain peak. Although he did not know what these auras were, he could vaguely guess that they should be the trump cards of the Knights Templars. Although the dragon-resisting mountain pass did not have a natural barrier like the Exorcist mountain range, the vile weather conditions made it extremely difficult to obtain supplies. In order to ensure the supply of resources to the dragon-resisting mountain pass, humans would store food here for at least 3 years. And whether it was the front or the back of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, it was a large area of extremely cold land. Although the demon army was stationed in front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, their days were not easy. Terrifying snowstorms would appear almost every 2 days. Even if it was a 6th order expert, if they did not have a tent to resist the cold, it would be difficult for them to survive for a long time. Even if there was a tent, it would often be buried under the ice and snow. Therefore, although the demon army had been stationed here for a period of time, their attacks had not been strong. They used the ice and snow as a cornerstone to build a simple ice and snow fortress. At least this way, the demon army would be a bit more comfortable. After all, to break through the dragon-resisting mountain pass was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. This time, the demons had also paid a huge price, almost emptying all their savings for many years. Only then did they have the courage to launch an attack here. Chapter 165. Yang Haohen arranged for Long Houchin and Hanyu to live in the Basilica of the Knights. Long Houchin and his mother lived next door. After reuniting with his mother for 2 days, he and Hanyu began to train. The Basilica of the Knights was located deep underground in the mountain of the dragon-resisting mountain pass. This was the place where the real treasure of the Knights Templars was located. Together with the Knights' sacred mountain in the south, they were known as the 2 greatest treasures of the Knights Templars. It was said that even the throne of God was in this underground treasure. However, Long Houchin and Hanyu were still far from being qualified to see the real throne of God. What made Long Houchin a little strange was that compared to the assassin temple and warrior temple that he had seen before, the Knights Templars didn't have any magnificent buildings. Because it was in the mountain, all he saw were stone rooms. He didn't even know where the real main hall of the Knights Templars was. Yang Haohen didn't give them much explanation. He just arranged for them to enter a cave and left. He also told them that with their cultivation, they had to complete at least rank 7 skills to be able to walk out of this cave. After entering the cave, Long Houchin suddenly had the same feeling as when he entered the Holy Alliance's treasure pavilion in the Holy City. The spiritual power in the surrounding air was very strong. The faint golden light gave people a feeling of illusion. He originally walked into the cave with Hanyu, but when he calmed down and stood still, he was surprised to find that Hanyu had disappeared. The surrounding was full of soft light, attribute spiritual power, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The abundant light elements were naturally swallowed by the 3 spiritual orifices in Long Houchin's breath. He didn't rush to go inside. Long Houchin sat down on the spot. Although his spiritual power was very abundant, he knew that this was not his best state. Because he was impetuous, ever since the demons returned from the dark swamp in the Anda province, his heart had not been able to calm down. After returning to the Exorcist mountain pass, he had experienced sorrow and joy several times, his mood fluctuating greatly. Even the tranquility and clarity that the sun-moon divine snail had given him back then had long been affected. However, the sun-moon divine snail also gave him a sense of clarity and calmness. Thus, Long Houchin was able to sit there quietly. He needed time to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Even the tiniest stray thought hidden in the dark must be completely eliminated. This was the only way he could fully immerse himself in cultivation. He wanted to achieve the greatest improvement in the shortest amount of time. Closing his eyes, Long Houchen calmed down and began to meditate. Feeling the gentle light elements in the air, the lines of his face became softer. With a flicker of golden light, Yuting quietly appeared behind Long Houchen. She also sat there cross-legged, closing her eyes like Long Houchen. She slowly raised the magic staff in her hand, and a golden halo naturally condensed around her and Long Houchen. Condensing and filtering, Yuting's actions seemed simple, but it was a huge help to Long Houchen. After the filtering, the light elements were extremely pure, and it was much easier for Long Houchen to absorb them. Yang Haohen silently stood in a stone room. There were 2 people behind him. On the left was a tall, round-faced old man. The old man's face was like a red date, and his nose was straight and his mouth was square. His expression was solemn, but also somewhat happy. On the other side was a man whose entire body was shrouded in a long gray robe. Even his head was covered. In front of Yang Haohen, there was a crystal ball with a diameter of 1 meter. The crystal ball emitted a faint golden light, and in that crystal ball, wasn't it Long Houchen sitting cross-legged in the Knights Templars' treasure cave? Yang Haohen smiled. He can still be so calm after entering the cave of illusion. This child has really grown up. He's not even 18 yet, but he has such a steady mind. It seems that Xingyu was right. After all these years of experience, this child has really become a talent. The round-faced old man behind Yang Haohen snorted coldly. Right? What right? I've long said that I wanted to bring Houchen here, but he just wouldn't agree. Humph! As he spoke, he glanced at the man in gray beside him, whose face could not be seen clearly. Yang Haohen smiled faintly and said, Brother Long, don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain. Without Xingyu, do you think you'd have such a good grandson? Didn't you hold back from running out and reuniting with him? I'll leave the glorious task of protecting this grandson of yours to you. Although he's your grandson, he's also the hope of the Knights Templars for the next 100 years. If he comes to any harm, I'll revoke your duty of protecting him, and protect him personally. If Long Houchen heard Yang Haohen's words, he would definitely be shocked. That old man with a face like a date was actually his biological grandfather. In terms of appearance, he really didn't have much resemblance to this grandfather. Don't give me that. Although you're a little stronger than me, you're not that much stronger. Even if that guy, the Demon Emperor, came, he definitely wouldn't be able to harm my grandson. A sharp and domineering aura naturally rose from the round-faced old man's body. Within the silent majesty, there was a faint reddish-gold color spreading from his body. This old man was called Long Tianin. He was another of the 3 Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, the holder of the throne of God of Order and Law, and a Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars who was in charge of controlling and restraining. The relationship between Long Tianin and Long Xingwu was not known to Long Houchen. Even within the Knights Templars, only a few people in the upper echelons knew about it. This was the rule of the Long family. No matter how powerful the elders were, the younger generation could not borrow their reputation and had to rely on their own abilities. Long Xingwu had relied on his own hard work to finally become a Knight of the Seal. Yang Haohen sighed. This time, the demons are coming in full force. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the Holy War, although the hidden seniors of the Alliance have also come out of seclusion. But the number of demons is still much greater than ours. I hope that the Alliance's war path can be carried out. Long Tianin said, Isn't it just stalling? We can afford to stall. In terms of resources, the demons will definitely die. As long as we can persevere in this holy war, after a few years, just food alone will not be something that the demons can afford. Yang Haohen said, What we can think of, the Demon Emperor can naturally think of as well. Brother Long, you can't be so optimistic. On the other side, the gray-clothed man said in a deep voice, I'll leave first. Since Houchen has returned to the temple, I can rest assured. Long Tianyin frowned. Where are you going? The gray-clothed man's voice revealed a thick, killing intent behind the demons. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. Long Tianyin and Yang Haoen glanced at each other, then said, Brother Yang, after Haochen comes out of the illusion cave, I want to meet him and personally test him. What do you think? Yang Haoen nodded slightly. This is a matter between you, grandfather and grandson. You can make the decision. However, I'm not good at defending cities, so dragon-resisting pass can't do without you. Long Tianyin nodded. It won't take too long. I'll go back and close the cave. When Haochen comes out, just let me know. Was Long Haochen really as calm as he appeared? The answer was no. The moment he closed his eyes, all kinds of chaotic thoughts surged into his mind. Kai, his beautiful figure, appeared first. That was her appearance when she suddenly awakened as a god's chosen. Then the scene instantly changed to the moment before they separated from each other on the roof. After Kai, it was his father. His father's dignified gaze was fixed on him, as if he was saying something to him. After him was his mother. His mother's eyes were always so melancholic and sad. Ever since he was young, he had been separated from his mother and father. His parents hadn't been together for at least 10 years. Finally, they were reunited. His father had gone missing because of the battle with a Nan. Only his mother knew how much suffering she had suffered these past few years. His companion's appearances also appeared in Long Haochen's mind. From the first time they fought in Exorcist Mountain Pass, to the battle with the demons in Dread Howling Cave, to Southern Guard Pass, Illusory Paradise, and Gloomy Swamp, all these scenes flashed clearly in Long Haochen's mind. Under such circumstances, how could he calm down? A faint chill ran down his back. Long Haochen knew that it was fortunate that he was able to calm down and not advance rashly. Otherwise, it would only cause his mind to become more chaotic. Although he might be able to suppress these troubles in his heart, it would definitely gradually affect his will. It would affect the purity of a god's chosen's heart. Although he hadn't talked much with the sun-moon divine snail, it had reminded him of the most important point. That was the difference between a god's chosen and a god's chosen. The greatest advantage of a god's chosen was their own perfection. Whether it was their spirit or innate talent, they were all perfect existences. This was something that even the death god's chosen, Kai couldn't compare to. However, the greatest problem of a god's chosen was that they were too perfect. Being too perfect made it easier for them to be tainted. The facts proved that when the sun-moon divine snail appeared, didn't the gods chosen walk the wrong path because they were tainted? In the end, not only did they fail to save the continent, but they also became the sinners of the continent. This was especially so for the first generation of divine beasts, the Holy Dragon, and the Master of the Tower of Eternity, the Cataclysm Electrolux. Therefore, for God's chosen, it was actually very important to reflect on oneself. The sun-moon divine snail left this world, leaving only a shell for Long Haochen. However, before it died, it also used the last of its strength to help Long Haochen clear his heart. Although it didn't say it directly, it used its actions to tell Long Haochen what he should do. Yes, self-reflection. Only by constantly reflecting on oneself and keeping one's heart bright and clear could the Son of Light be the Son of Light forever. Thank you, sun-moon divine snail. Long Haochen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Long Haochen did not deliberately resist these emotions in his heart. Instead, he let them erupt completely. As for Long Haochen himself, he only felt their existence. The torment in his heart gradually faded with the passage of time and the continuous absorption of the light element. After an unknown amount of time, he finally entered a state of meditation. Yating, who sat behind Long Haochen, felt the changes in Long Haochen the most. As a light elemental spirit, no one in this world could compare to her affinity with the light elements, because she herself could be said to be a form of expression of the light elements. When Long Haochen first started his cultivation, Yuting sensed that her master was only quietly absorbing the light elements. However, as he calmed down and truly entered a state of meditation, in Yuting's eyes, Long Haochen at this time had become completely transparent. With each long breath, it was as if he had entered the body of glorious light. The light elements that Yuting helped him attract began to be somewhat insufficient for him to absorb. It must be known that after fusing with the saint's spiritual stove, Yuting also had the ability to breed light elements. The light elements filtered by her were not only extremely pure, but also highly concentrated. Under these circumstances, Long Haochen could unexpectedly still absorb at such an astonishing speed. This was a speed where his internal spiritual force would increase with each breath. This was the advantage of being the god of light's favored, maintaining a clear heart. Long Haochen, who had no impurities in his heart, was able to receive the goddess of light's greatest favor. The light element would take pride in entering his body, so how could his cultivation speed not be fast? In this warm light elements, Long Haochen gradually became immersed, and immersed very deeply, very deeply. He gradually put down all the burdens in his heart and concentrated all of his mind on perceiving the light elements. The transparency of his body became more and more obvious, so much so that even Yang Haohen, who was observing him through the crystal ball, could gradually feel it. However, this knight of the seal of defense and coordination couldn't stay here and observe Long Haochen for a long time. The war was imminent, and he had many more things to deal with. This month, in the records of later generations, was known as the Holy Demon Continent's Blood Moon. The hatred that the demons and humans had accumulated for thousands of years finally broke out. With the 6 major strongholds as the main battlefield, the demons attacked and the Temple League defended. It was said that from a bird's-eye view of the main battlefield, one could see a bloody mist rising to the sky. This was a war like a meat grinder. From the perspective of offense and defense, the demons' losses were far greater than the humans. However, the demons' army was also much larger than the humans. At the beginning of the war, the humans' defensive equipment played a great role, causing great damage to the demons. However, as the war went on, the defensive equipment gradually turned into ruins, and the humans could only rely on the terrain. This was a war between nations, and there was no need for any war mobilization. Every Temple League warrior who entered the battlefield used their blood to defend the last territory of the humans. Behind them was the plains, and behind them was their home. Knights Templars, Warriors Temple, Assassins Temple, Magic Temple, Temple of the Priests, and Soul Temple. No matter which temple the powerhouses were from, in this holy war, there was only one word in their minds: fight for their lives. Although the demons' attacks were fierce, the humans' was too tenacious. The strength that the Temple League had accumulated for thousands of years was unleashed at this time. Large amounts of resources and reserve troops poured into the 6 impregnable passes, fighting to the death against the demons. While this holy war was related to the safety of the 2 races, as the initiator and also the fuse of this holy war, Long Haochen had been quietly cultivating in the treasure cave of the Knights Templars. Holy City, Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. Feng Linger was looking at this month's financial report in her office. She had already begun to take over the various affairs of the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. After the Holy War began, the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall entered a state of emergency. They only accepted various weapons, equipment, materials, herbs, and magic crystals, but all auctions were suspended. All the resources that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall had accumulated were all provided to the Alliance unconditionally. This was the reason for the existence of the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. As the heir of the auction hall, Feng Linger was clear that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall did not belong to her family, but the entire Temple League. Using the auction hall to show the public was more to hide the strength of the alliance itself. When the Holy War began, the financial resources that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall accumulated began to play a crucial role. The auction halls everywhere became the best provider of spiritual weapons and equipment. After a strict extraction process, all kinds of powerful equipment, magic crystals, and even heavy weapons such as magic crystal cannons that the auction hall accumulated were all transported to the front line. This was the wealth that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Even Fong Linger herself did not know how huge it was. This was because many of the warehouses of the auction halls were sealed in secret. The seal could only be unsealed when the demons started the war. Fong Linger rubbed her eyes tiredly. She leaned against the back of the chair. Her clear eyes were filled with deep worry. This time, could the Sanctuary Alliance withstand it? The arrival of the Devil Race was truly too sudden. She heard that the Demon Emperor had actually asked for that person as a condition. He was his guild leader. Right now, weren't they at the heart of the struggle? Thinking about this, Fong Linger did not know why, but she felt her heart tighten. Vaguely, a tall figure appeared in her mind. Shiny bald head, simple and honest smile. What she could not forget the most was the satisfaction that he revealed when he looked at her. Is he still alive? Fong Linger shivered. She subconsciously clenched her fair and tender hands. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Fong Linger immediately suppressed her agitated emotions. She lowered her head and looked at the account book again. Miss Linger, your letter. A staff member of the auction hall pushed the door open and entered. He placed a letter on the table, bowed respectfully, and left. Letter? Fong Linger subconsciously picked up the letter. It was an exquisite scroll made of sheepskin. There was even a sealed, magical imprint on it. If it was forcefully opened, the imprint would disappear and the letter would self-destruct. It could only be opened by a specific incantation. There was a small line of words on the scroll. It was also a reminder of the incantation for this type of letter. Ling had received a lot of these sheepskin letters, but when she saw the words written on the incantation, she was so excited that she stood up abruptly. Call my name, Little White Flower. He. Be asterisk starred. It's that be asterisk starred. Only he would call me here. Sima Xian, you be asterisk starred. You're still alive. When she said the last few words, Fong Linger's tears flowed uncontrollably. In this era of war, being alive seemed to be the greatest happiness. Ding! The magical imprint on the sheepskin letter was activated and the scroll was quietly opened. Someone's handwriting was not flattering, but fortunately, it was still possible to see what was written. Miss Linger, I'm sorry for calling you Little White Flower again. If you can read this letter, it means that you still remember my name. I, Sima, am deeply honored. Let me tell you a piece of good news and bad news. The good news is that I'm still alive and have returned to the Alliance. I'm at the southern pass where the main hall of the Temple of the Priests is located. The bad news is that I'm still at the front line and our monster hunters have temporarily split up. As a new generation commandment priest, I have to protect our temple. I didn't want to write this letter at first. I reckon that even if you could read the contents, you wouldn't care about it. However, I'm glad that I was able to return alive from the demons. Every time I dream at night, I can't help but think of you. That's why I couldn't help but write this letter to you. Love at first sight is blissful, but it's also painful. I really want to see you again, but I don't know if I'll have the chance in this lifetime. People like me don't have any extravagant requests. Whether you like me or not doesn't matter to me at all. Take this letter as a farewell. I hope that you can live a happy life in the future. Even if I'm in the arms of God, I will still pray for you. Please don't worry. As a man who deeply loves you, I, Sima Xian, am not a coward. I will shed the last drop of my blood on the battlefield. Every time I fight with the demons, I remember that every time I kill a demon, you will be safer. My bald head is as strong as my light vigor pill. Staring blankly at the letter in her hand, Fong Ling didn't move for a long time. Her tears gradually stopped flowing. The special feelings hidden in her heart seemed to have taken root and sprouted. Suddenly, she grabbed a piece of parchment beside her. When she picked up a pen, she was shocked to find that her hand was trembling slightly. With great difficulty, she calmed her emotions and quickly wrote on the paper, "Bastard, you know that I don't want you to call me Little White Flower, but you still call me that. I hate you. I hate you, bald head. However, if you really dare to die at the front line, I will hate you forever. You have to get your ass back here alive, no matter how long it takes. Also, write me a letter. If I don't receive your next letter in 3 months, I will immediately marry someone. I won't let you rest in peace even after you die." In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. No one would have thought that the first to come out of seclusion was not Long Houchin, who was obviously much stronger, but Hanyu. In 3 months, Hanyu had learned all the rank 6 skills, including many secret skills. The Cave of Illusion was the real skill of the Knights Templars. In this Cave of Illusion, there were not only the regular skills, but also the secret skills left behind by the previous Knight of the Seal. Those who were able to enter this place were all talents who had made great contributions to the Knights Templars and were trained as the next generation of leaders of the temple. Long Houchin and Hanyu had this qualification. Other than Long Houchin's identity as a god's favored, they had also destroyed a demon god pillar of the demons, which was unprecedented in history. This achievement alone gave them this qualification. After Hanyu came out of seclusion and found out that Long Houchin was still in seclusion, he did not hesitate and immediately chose to go into seclusion to train. The condition that Yang Haohin gave him to enter the battlefield was to become a Mithril Foundation Knight. Although he had learned all the rank 6 skills, his spiritual energy was still far from 10,000. Yang Haohin did not know how many times he had come to observe Long Houchin, but now his expression was no longer calm but full of worry. It had been 3 months since the start of the Holy War. The dragon resisting Mountain Pass was under great pressure. As a Knight of the Seal, whether it was him or Long Tianin, they had already entered the battlefield. Just 2 days ago, he had a hard fight with the undead demon god Samakina. In terms of cultivation, Yang Haohin was a lot inferior, but by relying on the powerful power of the throne of God of Protection and Compassion, he was able to block the undead demon god, making it impossible for him to advance even an inch. The Holy Knight of the Knights Templars and the Temple Knight were fighting hard every day, resisting the enemy outside the dragon resisting Mountain Pass. The ice and snow within a radius of 1,000 miles were dyed red. It was hard to calculate the number of casualties on both sides. Although the resources stored in the dragon resisting Mountain Pass were very abundant, the dragon resisting Mountain Pass was different from the other strongholds. Under the situation of being besieged by the demons, it was very difficult to get supplies from the Alliance, and even sending news out was very difficult. If this continued, Yang Haohin did not know how long this impregnable mountain pass could last. As for the demons outside, they had already sent reinforcements 3 times. The harsh environment also had a great impact on the demons, so much so that they could not fully display their fighting strength. The hundreds of ice magicians from the Magic Temple who were stationed in the dragon resisting Mountain Pass also played a crucial role. They took advantage of the natural barrier of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass and the ice and snow environment to constantly strengthen the defense of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass and attack the enemy. "Houchin, why haven't you made any movements?" Looking at the huge crystal ball in front of him, Yang Haohin muttered to himself. That's right, after entering the Cave of Illusion, Long Houchin sat there and entered a state of cultivation. In the beginning, Yang Haohin even praised him for being able to calm down and cultivate. But 3 months had passed, and the current Long Houchin was still the same as 3 months ago. He always maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged and cultivating. His body emitted a faint golden halo, and his whole body entered the transparent feeling of the body of radiant light. Along with his breathing, the golden light emitted from his body would also flicker faintly. There was no doubt that he was fine. However, the time he spent meditating this time was a little too long. Yang Haohen, who had a wealth of experience in cultivation, knew that Long Haochen had entered a state of deep meditation. However, it was unheard of for a deep meditation to last for so long. Deep meditation generally appeared for experts of the eighth order and above. This was because after reaching the eighth order, the speed of spiritual energy improvement was much faster than before. But if one's spiritual energy improved too quickly, it would also cause one's foundation to be unstable. Often, deep meditation was needed to carry out cultivation. One reason was to better absorb the elements, and the other was to regulate one's body. Long Haochen was a god's chosen, so Yang Haohen did not find it strange that he was in deep meditation with a cultivation base of the seventh order. But, generally speaking, deep meditation would end in about a month, and it was extremely rare for someone like him to go for 3 months without any movements. Of course, the longer the time of deep meditation, the better the effect. It also meant that the mind would have fewer distracting thoughts and could endure loneliness. After all, it was very lonely and boring to immerse in the light elements every day. What Yang Haohen did not expect was that 3 months was just the beginning for Long Haochen's deep meditation. Time passed day by day. Be it humans or demons, there was a limit to the number of casualties they could endure. After the first few months of frenzied attacks, the demons' attacks gradually slowed down. Demon Emperor had issued ultimatums to the Temple League twice, asking for Long Haochen. All of them were rejected by the Temple League. Moreover, Long Haochen seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and did not appear again. The war continued, and just as the Temple League hoped, after withstanding the powerful attacks of the demons, both sides gradually entered a protracted war. To the Temple League's surprise, as the supreme ruler of the demons and the strongest demons, Demon Emperor, did not participate in the war. Not only him, but even the Moon Demon and Star Demon who were with him did not appear on the battlefield. In other words, the defiant Demon Dragon Clan, Moon Demons, and Star Demons, the 3 most powerful races of the demons, were still waiting for an opportunity. It was precisely because they did not participate in the war that the Temple League did not dare to be careless, even though they dragged the war into a protracted war. The defense of the 6 major fortresses was very difficult. Everyone knew that once the Demon Emperor led the Moon Demons and Star Demons to the battlefield, none of the fortresses would be able to hold on. Of course, the Demon Emperor, Moon Demon, and Star Demon would also have to bear the full force of the strongest monster hunters of the humans to hunt and obstruct them. At that time, it would be the time of the final battle between the humans and the demons. According to the analysis of the Temple League's think tanks, the reason why the Demon Emperor did not bring the war to the final clash was mainly because he was afraid of the Temple League. After all, once the time came, it would be either succeed or die trying. Although the demons had the upper hand now, it was impossible for them to completely defeat the humans. Mutual destruction was the most likely scenario. There were also many mutual destruction situations. If it was a mutual destruction at the cost of the Demon Emperor's death, the demons would definitely not be able to afford it. After all, with the humans' creativity, construction ability, and the accumulation of the Temple League, they would definitely recover much faster than the demons. And a peerless powerhouse like the Demon Emperor could not recover in a day or 2. A protracted war was not very advantageous for the demons, but the demons' toughness still exceeded the expectations of the Temple League. When the demons did not have enough food supplies, the corpses on the battlefield directly became their food. Whether it was the humans' corpses or the demons' own corpses, they could actually eat them all. The cruel reality had greatly reduced the humans' plan to defeat the demons, and a protracted war seemed to be what the Demon Emperor wanted to see. From the beginning of the Holy War to the end of the first year, the total population of the Temple League plummeted by 1/10, and the demons had an exaggerated decrease of 20%. Such a comparison was a huge blow to both races, and the entire continent was filled with carnage because of this holy war. Demon Emperor's main tent. Feng Xiao sat silently on the main seat. There was not even a single demon soldier in the tent. It was empty. There was only one person sitting on the main seat. It was the moon demon, Agars. Your Majesty, if this continues, I don't know how long we can hold on. There is a shortage of food. Due to the consumption of rotten food, non-combat casualties have begun to appear. When the weather warms up, this situation will definitely worsen, just like last summer. Agars's face showed some worry. Feng Xiu said calmly, Second Brother, what do you think we should do now? Agars's handsome face showed a trace of coldness. A decisive battle with the humans. They simply cannot stop the all-out attack of our three races. As long as we destroy one of the human strongholds, the army will march straight in, and the other aspects of the battle will definitely change. When that time comes, the humans will eventually perish, and we will be able to completely occupy the entire continent. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu shook his head. If I wanted to completely destroy the humans on this continent, I wouldn't have waited until now. Wouldn't it be better to have a decisive battle at the beginning of the Holy War? Agars looked at the Demon Emperor in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. Feng Xiu slowly stood up, hands behind his back, and looked at the entrance of the main tent. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void, looking into another world. Actually, if we didn't give the humans time, the humans would have perished long ago. Perhaps when we demons first came to this world, we really didn't have the ability to destroy the humans. But as time passed, when the second Demon Emperor led the demons to occupy most of the Holy Demon Continent, we already had the ability to launch a holy war against the humans and completely destroy them. However, my ancestor, the second Demon Emperor, didn't do so. He left behind a secret law, ordering his descendants, the successive demon emperors, not to lead the demon army to destroy the humans. Do you know why? There was no doubt that what Feng Xiu said was an absolute secret. Agars was dumbfounded by what he heard. Your Majesty, this subject is afraid. Agars hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Feng Xiu slowly walked in front of him and helped him up. I am willing to tell you the secret, because I have absolute trust in you. We can't destroy the humans because if we lose the humans, we demons will inevitably perish. We came to this world because we created the demons with the plague. In the beginning, there were only us 72 brothers. We have a huge innate disadvantage, and that is ourselves. You know very well where we came from and how we were born into this world. Although we can pass on our power, we can't create more. If we destroy all the humans in this world, or enslave them all, then, with the current situation of us demons, in the near future, the humans will disappear from this continent forever. Then, it will be the extinction of all races. In the end, only us demons will be left. But can we demons survive on our own? Chapter 166. Demonic God Huang Fengxiu's gaze turned somewhat melancholic. If there is really only us left, if we're really the only ones left, then there's no need for an enemy. We can destroy ourselves. In the end, us 72 brothers can only turn back into 72 demon god pillars, and this world will become a desert, just like the world we originally belonged to. Completely destroyed. Agars nodded silently. Yes, we can't create. We can't even use the things of this world to produce. In the face of our darkness attribute, it will be extremely difficult for any other creature to survive. You're right, if the humans are really destroyed or completely ruled by us, we will eventually walk towards extinction. Feng Xiu smiled slightly. It's good that you understand. That's why, as early as several thousand years ago, this Temple League was actually raised by us demons. We can't let them be destroyed, we even have to let them develop. Only in this way can we better support ourselves. War is only a means. Since they are raised by us, we can't let them become too powerful. At the same time, only with their help can we weaken the problem of our demons' numbers. It's in our best interest to maintain a balance. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why I launched this holy war. After several thousand years of recuperation, The accumulation of the humans is already too great. We must weaken them to a certain extent. Otherwise, it won't be many years before they blow the horn of counterattack. This is also something we can't see. Therefore, this holy war seems to be very advantageous for them in a protracted war. But isn't it the same for us? The decisive battle must be carried out, but not now. We need to plunder the humans' wealth, but we can't hurt their vitality. This is the degree of assurance. Agars frowned and said, "But what about Austin and Griffin? What about them? Looking at the humans, they won't compromise with us." Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Austin and Griffin must be destroyed. No matter what price we have to pay, we can't let them survive in this world. Compared to our self-destruction, Austin and Griffin are even more terrifying existences. And Damari's death was a wake-up call for us. Another important reason for the Holy War is because of it, Agars said, but will it be forced out by us? Unless we push the humans to the end of their tether. Feng Xiu shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. Third brother has been in seclusion for a year. I have a premonition that he will come out today. He is the brain of us demons. He will tell us what to do next." Hearing this, the moon demon Agars was shocked. "Big brother, you mean? Third brother?" Feng Xiu nodded sadly. "Yes, for the rise and fall of us demons. Third brother has sacrificed too much. But this is the best choice. Big brother is right. This is our best choice." An orange-red silhouette condensed in the air, and the star demon god Vasak quietly appeared in front of the demon god emperor and the moon demon god. He didn't look any different from before, but if you looked closely, you would find that his eyes were much dimmer than before. There was less depth but more fatigue and age. Seeing him appear, the demon emperor couldn't help but become excited. He subconsciously took a few steps forward. "Third brother, how is your body?" Vasak smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, big brother. It's just a little less lifespan. But this time, the great prophecy spell was worth it. Don't you want to hear the results?" Feng Xiu laughed bitterly. "If I had a choice, I really wouldn't want you to do this. Your lifespan is more than a little less. I can feel that your life force has weakened by at least 100 years. And you star demons don't have a long lifespan to begin with. This time it's your origin that's been hurt." The moon demon Agars couldn't help but walk over and put his arm around Vasak's shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes showed strong emotions. In terms of feelings, the demon emperor, moon demon, and star demon were undoubtedly the most distant. But the demon emperor was the demon emperor after all. He was the ruler of the demons. If the survival of the demons was threatened, even if it was his own son, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Therefore, in private, the relationship between the moon demon and the star demon was further advanced. They were like brothers among the demons. Therefore, even though the demons of the undead demon god Samakina were already quite powerful and were not weaker than the star demons and the moon demons in terms of race strength, Samakina was still very respectful in front of Agars and Vasak. Vasak smiled and said, "All right, second brother, you don't have to be like this. I'll feel bad if you do this. The lost vitality can still be nurtured. Let me talk about the result first. It's very important for us." At this point, his expression became serious. Vaguely, one could see that his eyes gradually turned into a clear orange color. The demon god emperor nodded and looked at him with a face full of concern. Vasak said in a deep voice, "Over the past year, I've used the great prophecy to the greatest extent and finally predicted an opportunity in the future. According to Big Brother's plan, the war between us and the humans this time is mainly to use the middle and low-level troops of the demons to consume the accumulated power of the Temple League while preserving our high-end strength as much as possible. In this way, we will still have an overwhelming advantage over the humans. With my great prophecy, if this holy war continues to the end, then the outcome will be a lose-lose situation." Vasak pondered for a moment and continued, "The strength of the Temple League is stronger than we thought. Although we will win in the end, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. This is something we absolutely don't want to see. The Demon Emperor nodded and said, "The strength of the Temple League is stronger than we expected? In what way is it strong?" Vesak said, "I can't predict this. I can only feel that there is also a very terrifying power hidden in the Temple League. We don't know where this power comes from, but I can be sure that it's not from those legend rank monster hunters. The threat of legend rank monster hunters is indeed not small, but their numbers are few, and that hidden terrifying power is faintly able to contend against our three races. However, unless it's a last resort, the humans shouldn't use this power." Hearing this, the Demon Emperor's expression suddenly became serious. "I didn't expect that the humans actually have such power. It seems that this holy war was launched very timely. The hidden power is the greatest threat. No matter what, through this holy war, we must force out this hidden power of the humans." Vesak shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. Big brother, you don't have to worry. Although this power of the humans is terrifying, it has an aura of decay. It seems that in a few years they will self-destruct, and this time should be within 20 years. In other words, if we don't force the humans to the point of life and death within 20 years, this terrifying power will not threaten us." Agar said in confusion, "Won't the humans take the initiative to use this power?" Vesak said, "This is also what I find strange. In my great prophecy spell, the humans themselves seem to be very afraid of this power. It's even quite repulsive. That's why I can be sure that unless it's a crisis where the humans are on the verge of extinction, they won't easily use this power. This power is also not in the 6 great fortresses. If I'm not wrong, it should be in the humans' holy city." After listening to his words, the Demon God Emperor sank into a short silence. Very clearly, Vesak's words had greatly affected him. For the demons, this is the ability to shake their dominance. It's not easy to make Vesak say the word terrifying. "Third brother, in that case, we should end this holy war earlier?" the Demon Emperor asked. Starred Demon Vesak shook his head. "No, it's the opposite. We must continue this holy war. As long as we don't force the humans to a too difficult degree, it's fine. Maintaining the status quo is the best choice, because this is the only way to lure Austin and Griffin out." At this point, his expression clearly became serious, much more serious than when he talked about the terrifying power controlled by the humans just now. "In the past year, my great prophecy spell has been predicting Austin and Griffin for the longest time. It has now grown to a certain extent, although it's not enough to really threaten us, but it's definitely not weak. It's impossible for us to find it through the war against the humans, and Austin and Griffin's threat to us will also become more and more terrifying. We have a few chances to kill it. Among them, the biggest chance was in about 1 to 2 years. I can calculate that at that time it will appear in our demon's territory. This was also the best chance he had. And the premise is that we must give the humans enough pressure through the holy war. Otherwise, it may not appear behind us." The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered with a demonic light, and a dense murderous intent was contained within. Even so, Vesak and Agar still felt a powerful pressure being released from this big brother. Vesak raised his hand, and a circle of orange light enveloped the 3 demon gods. His lips moved as he spoke in a rapid, low voice. Only Feng Xiu and Agar's could hear his voice. Hearing his words, Feng Xiu's expression became more and more shocked. "Third brother, this is too dangerous. You." Vesak shook his head silently. "Big brother, you should know how terrifying Austin and Griffin are. Since this is our biggest opportunity, then we must not let it go. And my method is also the best. If we face it head-on, it is very likely that it will find a loophole. As long as it avoids this time, then it is very likely that it will truly enter its ultimate state. At that time, whether it is us or this world, I'm afraid." Feng Xiu said in annoyance, "It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention earlier. That bastard Andamari actually died in the hands of Austin and Griffin, and even caused the destruction of the demon god pillar. We can no longer form. Vesak said, "So, we must treat this as our only chance to make arrangements. No matter the price, we can't give Austin and Griffin the slightest chance." The demon emperor nodded slowly and said, "All right, we will act according to your plan. Only the three of us know about this. Even if it is Samakina and the others, we will keep it a secret. Vesak, then go back and start making arrangements. 1 year, there is still 1 year left. On this side of the war, I will let the humans carefully feel my anger. Dragon resisting pass, Basilica of the Knights, Yang Haohen and Long Tianin stood silently in front of the huge crystal ball. 1 year, an entire year had passed, yet Long Haochen was still in a state of deep meditation. If not for the spiritual energy, fluctuations on his body becoming denser and denser, his breathing would be very normal. They would even think that Long Haochen had passed away in meditation. 1 year. That was a year's worth of meditation. In this 1 year, even Han Yu had successfully broken through to the 7th order. He had begun to enter the Cave of Illusion for the 2nd time to learn the 7th order skill. But Long Haochen was still in the same state as when he entered the cave, not getting up at all. "Brother Long, should we go and see him?" Yang Haohen said with some worry. Long Tianin shook his head. "No. Since his aura has not weakened, let's not disturb him. I believe this child knows his limits. Moreover, can't you feel it? The spiritual energy, fluctuations on his body have already reached a saturated state. What he needs now is a breakthrough." Yang Haohen said, "Worry will cause confusion. This kid's ambition is higher than the heavens. He's probably trying to break through to the 8th order. I didn't expect him to use this kind of method to surprise us. At first, I thought old Chio's evaluation of him was too high, but now it seems I was too conservative. If he really succeeds, then he will be our Temple League's first 8th Order Saint Knight before the age of 20. Long Tianin said, "This child's state of mind is so pure, I also didn't expect it. I believe he will definitely succeed. However, the bottleneck from the 7th Order to the 8th Order is not so easy to break through. Not only does it require a lot of preparation, but it also requires a moment of enlightenment. Let him continue trying. If he can't break through in 3 months, we will have to wake him up. Otherwise, once he becomes irritable, it will affect his subsequent cultivation." Yang Haohen nodded silently. At this moment, suddenly, the body that had been sitting cross-legged for a year in the crystal ball trembled slightly. His trembling didn't matter, but the 2 Knight of the Seal almost instantly took a step forward, their eyes wide open. The trembling of Long Haochen's body became more and more obvious. Layers of gentle golden light spread out from his body, turning into layers of shock waves as his body trembled. Cultivation deviation? Long Tianin was shocked. "No, it's not." Yang Haohen grabbed Long Tianin, who was about to rush out. "I heard that Haochen created a skill called Light Ripple. It can produce a powerful attack and defense through the vibration of spiritual energy. He shouldn't be cultivating deviation." At this moment, the trembling of Long Haochen's body began to weaken. He slowly raised his arms, slowly stretching them. His whole body also stretched, seemingly becoming more slender. The gentle golden light supported him to float slowly. His legs straightened, and his whole body made a stretching movement. Suddenly, a thick golden light spread out from his body as if it was real. One could vaguely see a ball of light moving rhythmically between his eyebrows, chest, and lower abdomen. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, even Yang Haohen and Long Tianin, who were Knight of the Seal, felt 2 cold lightning flashing in the air. A golden radiance that was more intense than the radiance emitted from Long Haochen's body burst out from his eyes. The almost tangible radiance swept across the air, causing the dreamy pale golden radiance in the illusion cave to surge violently. Yu Ting also stood up with Long Haochen. She also opened her eyes. Compared to Long Houchen, she didn't seem to have changed much, but her eyes were clearer and calmer. Moreover, her body also had a layer of life aura. Although Yu Ting's body was originally solid, if one touched it, one would find that her body was cold. Only when she used light attribute skills would her body warm up due to the fluctuation of light elements. Moreover, the surface of her body gave people a stiff feeling. After all, she was condensed from dense light elements and not a real body. However, at this moment, not only did the life aura on her body become denser, but her entire body also gave off a stronger sense of reality. As she moved, her skin seemed to be filled with elasticity. She was like a real human beauty. Even the Siddhi's aura was much less. Yu Ting opened her arms behind Long Houchen and made a hugging gesture. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and she disappeared from Long Houchen's body, merging back into his body. Compared to a year ago, Long Houchen's body didn't change much. It was as if time had stopped for him during the year of deep meditation. There wasn't a single speck of dirt, and even his beard and hair didn't grow longer. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Yes, just as Yang Haohan had predicted, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 7th rank, and his internal spiritual energy had reached 30,000. A year of deep meditation was a good preparation for Long Houchen. Not only did he purify his heart, but he also purified his spiritual energy. After reaching the peak of the 7th rank, he tried to break through several times, but he couldn't find a way to do so. Therefore, he didn't force himself anymore and let nature take its course, ending this year-long deep meditation. At this moment, although he was still standing in this dreamy cave, he had a feeling that his whole body was transparent. A light flashed, and a bottle of water appeared in his hand. He drank a few mouthfuls, letting the gentle water elements nourish his body. Then Long Houchen stretched his body again, and the bones all over his body crackled. He seemed to have grown a bit taller. He didn't rush to the next step, and just stood there silently as if lost in thought. After a long while, he slowly turned around and went into the depths of the cave. Watching Long Houchen disappear in the pale golden light, Long Tianyin and Yang Haohan couldn't help but turn their heads to look at each other. As they looked at each other, the two divine marked knights had a strange feeling about this. Is he going to learn a skill? Not going to break through? Long Tianyin was the first to speak. Yang Haohan said, "It's hard to say. I think he's looking for an opportunity for himself. Say, should we tell him the secret to breaking through to the 8th rank?" Long Tianyin said we should tell him, but seeing him reach the peak of the 7th rank so quickly, we don't want to say it. From the peak of the 7th rank to the 8th rank, if he can complete it through his own understanding, then it will be very beneficial for him to break through to the 9th rank in the future. After all, these two bottlenecks have different paths leading to the same destination. We have to believe in him. Let him slowly settle down. Yang Haohan nodded silently, and I also think this is the best. How long have I been cultivating? While walking into the cave, Long Houchen said to himself. He just felt that his cultivation this time seemed to be very long. During this period, there were a few times when he wanted to end, but feeling the amazing speed of internal spiritual power increase, he finally endured the loneliness. The 3 spiritual apertures in his body were completely filled with spiritual power, and his whole body was full of power. How can I break through from the 7th rank to the 8th rank? While walking into the cave, Long Houchen pondered this most important question. Perhaps because he sat for too long, his whole body felt a little sore and itchy, and his blood was circulating quickly under the urging of spiritual power. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed, and a large door appeared in front of him. There was a simple and unadorned 7 on the door. Long Houchen stopped and looked at the strong and elegant 7, thinking that he couldn't directly break through to the 7th rank this time. It should be because he didn't accumulate enough spiritual power. My spiritual power is already sufficient, so I'll look for inspiration from my skills. Maybe I can gain something. He raised his hand and pressed on the door, but it was very sturdy and didn't budge. Gentle light elements surged, and Long Houchen's body almost instantly turned into a transparent golden crystal. For him, using the glorious body of light didn't need to worry about excessive consumption. The physique of a god-favored allowed him to have certain characteristics of the glorious body of light, and now he had completely cultivated the glorious body of light. As long as he used his spiritual power normally, the amplification of the glorious body of light would immediately appear, but it wouldn't consume any additional spiritual power. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the amplification of the talent. With a low muffled sound, the heavy door slowly opened. When the door opened, Long Houchen only felt an incomparably fierce thought rushing out of the door. Taking half a step back, Long Houchen put his hands in front of him and made a defensive posture. His movements were slow and steady, as if they were formed naturally under the impact of the fierce thought. The moment his movement stabilized, a strong golden light lit up. Divine defense block. Unfortunately, Yang Haohen's crystal ball couldn't monitor the situation inside the cave. Otherwise, he would be surprised to find that Long Houchen was using the spiritual level divine defense block. After a year of deep meditation, it wasn't just the internal spiritual power that had been improved. His body had been cleansed by the spiritual power, and his external spiritual power and spiritual power had also improved greatly. It could be said that after a year of accumulation, Long Houchen had thoroughly integrated the combat experience, training process, and all kinds of fortuitous encounters from the past few years. Compared to a year ago, other than the increase in his spiritual power, his abilities in all aspects were also much more stable. The fierce aura released from the door didn't last for too long before it dissipated. A trace of sincere respect appeared on Long Houchen's face. Without a doubt, this door recorded the rank 7 skills of the knight. The ancestors of the Knights Templars had only left their skills here, but they still seemed to have a life of their own. The skills were dead, but the crystallization of their blood and sweat would forever live in the heart of every knight. After stepping through the door, it was a hall of about 10 square meters. There was a door on both sides. The door on the left had the mark of a shield, while the door on the right had the mark of 2 swords. They represented the skills of the Guardian Knight and the skills of the Knight of Punishment. After thinking for a while, Long Houchen walked to the door with the shield printed on it, pushed the door open, and entered. Suddenly, a thick and solid aura enveloped him. Southeast Fortress. Boom! A bright silver light blasted into the sky, blasting the body of a 2-headed demon vulture into pieces. A huge shield swept across the top of the wall, blasting a group of dual-bladed demons that had just climbed up to the top of the wall into pieces. Wang Yuan, who was wearing the Space Guardian armor, stood proudly on the top of the wall. The bright silver armor was stained with blood, so much so that it was impossible to tell what color it was. The silver light that had just risen into the sky was the Sky Splitter cannon fired by her giant soul divine shield. Wasn't the sweeping attack the spinning shield Sky Splitter? At this moment, she had 1 foot on the battlements, and in her left hand, a 2-meter-long sawtooth machete was swung out crazily. Every time the machete chopped down, it would definitely kill a demon that rushed up the city wall. She single-handedly protected a section of the wall that was as wide as 20 meters. Not to mention the enemy. Even the male warriors of the warrior temple didn't dare to approach Wang Yuan's area of protection. The sawtooth machete in Wang Yuan's left hand was 2 meters long, and the hilt was more than 2 feet long. Although she was only wielding it with one hand, she was able to display the power of a 2-handed heavy sword. The sawtooth machete was bright silver. Not only was the back of the machete serrated, but the blade was also serrated. With a flash of silver light, one could definitely hear the sound of the serrated teeth cutting through bone. Although the size of the sawtooth machete was large, Its attack speed was extremely fast. It was as if she was controlling a silver bolt of lightning that flew up and down. That's right, the machete in Wang Yuanyuan's hand was made from the materials that they had obtained in the dark swamp. After Lin Xan returned to the magic temple, he asked a master alchemist to use the serrated horns of 7 sawtooth rays to forge the machete for Wang Yuanyuan. It was a weapon at the peak of the legendary grade, only one step away from becoming a terrifying weapon of the epic grade. The master alchemist who forged the machete exclaimed that it was a bloody blade. Its cutting power was so terrifying that it could almost break through most defensive spells below the 8th grade. It came with 3 skills: Bloody Rend, Bloody Saw Dance, and Dimensional Storm. In the end, it was named Bloody Storm. Bloody Rend was a skill that was directly attached to Bloody Storm. The serrated teeth on both sides had a terrifying cutting effect. Its cutting power was so strong that it was even sharper than that of Long Haochen's aria of the Goddess of Light in his normal state. Moreover, one must not forget that Wang Yuanyuan had also comprehended the ripple of light created by Long Haochen. The cutting power produced by Bloody Rend coupled with the ripple of light could only be understood by those who had truly experienced it. Just 2 days ago, an 8th-tier devilish being had clashed head-on with Wang Yuanyuan, and even though he had managed to send Wang Yuanyuan flying, one of his arms had also been severed by Wang Yuanyuan. Powerful external spiritual energy could not protect him at all. The 2 skills, Bloody Saw Dance and Dimensional Storm, required the infusion of spiritual energy to activate, which consumed quite a lot of spiritual energy. But the power was also proportional to the consumption. It was extremely terrifying. The Bloody Sawtooth Dance transformed into 7 bloody storms in an instant, each with the same power. After all, this terrifying weapon was made from the horns of 7 sawtooth rays. Their souls could be vaguely seen in them. Dimensional Storm was the most powerful skill of this weapon. It consumed 2,000 internal spiritual energy to use each time. When used, a small dimensional rend would appear between all the serrated teeth. When wielded, the power of Bloody Rend would soar. At least so far, when Wang Yuanyuan used this skill, she had not encountered a weapon or skill that could block it. Even if a rank 8 powerhouse poured all their spiritual energy into the weapon, the result would be the same. In addition to these 3 skills, because Bloody Storm was made from saw rays, and saw rays had dual attributes of wind and space, its attack speed was also extremely fast. In terms of power, it had completely surpassed the giant soul god shield with 4 empty silver crystals. Therefore, most of the time Wang Yuanyuan had used the giant soul god shield as a shield, and the main lethality was achieved through Bloody Storm. It had been a year since she returned to the southeast fort. From the day Wang Yuanyuan returned, she took the initiative to go to the top of the city wall. In the beginning, her role in the war was not very obvious, but when she received the Bloody Storm from Lin Xan, she gradually became a beautiful scenery on the top of the southeast fort. She had a slender figure, a cold and elegant appearance, and a terrifying giant shield and serrated broadsword. Who knew how many demons died in her hands every day? Because of this, Wang Yuanyuan was nicknamed the Bloody Killer Woman. At the same time, she also accumulated military merits and became a division commander of the Temple League. The military ranks of the Temple League, from the lowest to the highest, were squad leaders who commanded 20 people, company leaders who commanded 100 people, company leaders who commanded 500 people, battalion commanders who commanded 1,500 people, division commanders who commanded 3 battalions, and corps commanders who commanded 3 divisions. Above them were the military chiefs of the various temple armies, as well as the commanders of the 3 armies. To be able to rise to the rank of corps commander purely by killing enemies, one could imagine how many demons Wang Yuanyuan had killed. She had long since lost count. In any case, whenever she stepped on the top of the fort, her eyes would naturally turn red. Then it would be a frenzied massacre. In this year, she had been heavily injured 3 times, and each time she had to return to the battlefield before she had fully recovered. The military chiefs of the southeast fort had wanted to assign her to a military position and command the troops, but she had rejected every single one of them. She wanted to be a soldier who stood at the front lines, even if she was a division commander. Roar! A rank 5 dark green twin-bladed demon brazenly leaped onto the top of the fort and roared at Wang Yuanyuan. Bang! The divine soul shield spun once before falling back into Wang Yuanyuan's hands. Against that dark green twin-bladed demon, Wang Yuanyuan only made the simplest of movements. Chop! Chain-like silver light burst forth from Sanguinary Storm. With an ear-piercing tearing sound, the air was split apart. Under the strange black-silver light blade formed by the tearing black and silver edges, the previously arrogant, dual, dark green-bladed demon was torn to shreds in the next moment. Dimensional Slash, a rank 6 spatial warrior skill. Through Sanguine Storm, its power was at least doubled. Suddenly, Wang Yuanyuan, who was in the middle of killing to her heart's content, froze for a moment and looked into the distance. A black that was rapidly enlarging in her line of sight. Yuan, be careful! A shout rang out, and then a tall figure flashing with dazzling golden light rushed to Wang Yuanyuan's side. A thick tower shield fell heavily to the ground. The black dot flying from afar grew larger at an alarming speed. When it reached the top of the fort, its size had already become extremely terrifying. It was a powerful bear demon. This was a method of siege that the demons had thought of. They used primitive giant catapults to throw powerful troops directly onto the top of the fort. If this method of attack had been used a year ago, it would have been like a mouse licking a cat's ass. A magician would have been able to blast it down with a simple spell. But as the war went on, the Temple League's magicians had always been prioritized. As a result, apart from the Temple of Magic, the number of magicians guarding the other temple's forts was pitifully low. Boom! The bear demon's body slammed heavily onto the tower shield. The knight holding the tower shield let out a muffled groan, and his body was sent flying by the impact. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The bear demon's strength was indeed terrifying. Moreover, the one that was thrown onto the top of the fort was a 7th-grade bear demon. With its tyrannical defense, once it stood firm on the top of the fort, there would be more demons rushing to the top of the fort, causing great damage to the southeast fort. Wasn't it Zhang Fangfang who blocked the bear demon's attack for Wang Yuanyuan? When the Holy War began, all monster hunters entered a state of war and joined the battlefield. After a year of fierce battle, Zhang Fangfang's monster hunters were now no more. Out of the 6 of them, only he and the assassin survived. The others all died in the southeast fort. Zhang Fangfang's encounter with Wang Yuanyuan once again could be said to be a pleasant surprise. His companions had died one after another, and he had also been heavily injured several times. Only by relying on the second life spiritual stove that he had fused in the illusory paradise did he manage to survive time and time again. Chapter 167. Thus, he had now become Wang Yuanyuan's guardian. It could be said that without Zhang Fangfang's protection at all costs, Wang Yuanyuan would have perished on the city wall long ago. After all, her lethality was too great. How could she not become the target of the bear demons? Kill! Wang Yuanyuan's eyes turned blood-red as she charged at the bear demons who had yet to stabilize their footing. A faint layer of blood-red light could be vaguely seen around Wang Yuanyuan's body. The incomparably sharp murderous intent was filled with an indescribable wildness. Bang! With a muffled sound, the rank 7 bear demons were actually knocked back by the peak rank 6 Wang Yuanyuan's divine soul shield. Then it was time for Wang Yuanyuan to put on an extremely powerful performance. The divine soul shield suddenly paused, and an intense silver light burst out in an instant. The Sky Splitter cannon directly bombarded the thick chest of the rank 7 bear demons, interrupting the shockwave they were about to send out. Stepping forward, Sanguine Storm slashed out brazenly. 7 silver shadows mixed with the wild, murderous intent bursting from Wang Yuanyuan's body swept towards the bear demons with blood energy and silver light. Under the suppression of Wang Yuanyuan's terrifying, murderous intent, the extremely powerful bear demons could only use their arms to protect their head and face, taking her attack head-on. The terrifying, cutting power of Sanguine Storm was undoubtedly evident. Under the wild swing of the blood saws, the flesh and blood of the bear demons splattered everywhere. In the midst of their tragic roars, a pair of thick arms revealed the white bones inside. Kill! Wang Yuanyuan did not care about the blood splashing on her body. She roared again and raised Sanguine Storm high. A layer of dark light instantly spread on each of the saws, and a dimensional storm burst forth. Crack! The arms of the bear demons were severed, and the terrifying slash directly cut into the hardest part of their body, the skull. After all, the bear demons were Type 7 overlords. Before they died, their huge bodies charged towards Wang Yuanyuan. It crashed right into her divine giant soul shield. Wang Yuanyuan was not afraid in the slightest. The red glow in her eyes became even more intense. The moment the bear demon's incomparably strong body collided with the divine spirit shield, she suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground. The surrounding human warriors could clearly see that right now, Wang Yuanyuan was like a diamond that was suddenly illuminated by a strong light. The silver light was flashing at an astonishing speed. Sanguine Storm was raised high, and a tornado-like silver light suddenly burst out from her body. Unexpectedly, the body of the bear demons was hit and thrown directly into the sky. The bear demons, who had already been cut into pieces by the bloody storm, turned into countless pieces in the air under the baptism of the silver tornado. Blood rained down from the sky, but it was completely shaken off. This scene could no longer be described as simply shocking. Not to mention the demons, even the human warriors of the Temple League could not help but feel a strong sense of fear. One must know that Wang Yuanyuan was currently only a pinnacle Type 6 overlord. She had not broken through to the Type 7 overlord, yet the explosive power of her attack could actually reach such a shocking level. The silver light lasted for a full 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. Wang Yuanyuan was already on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. Be it Sanguine Storm or the divine giant soul shield, the light had dimmed. Her body was still surrounded by that thick red murderous intent, but her face was somewhat sickly pale. The golden figure stood in front of her. Although the demons who had rushed up the city wall were greatly deterred from charging towards Wang Yuanyuan, the powerful knight still blocked any possible attack for her. At the same time, a soft white light was emitted from his hand and fell on Wang Yuanyuan's body. Zhang Fangfang's expression was very ugly. It was not because of the impact of the bear demons, but because of the heartache. Only he knew what kind of price Wang Yuanyuan had to pay when she launched that attack just now. That attack just now was Wang Yuanyuan's self-created skill, called Spirit Explosion Silver Tornado. Its power could no longer be described by a simple grade. It was simply a desperate skill. It was something that Wang Yuanyuan had comprehended on her own during her endless slaughter. Zhang Fangfang once asked Wang Yuanyuan why she worked so hard. Wang Yuanyuan's answer was very simple. She said to Zhang Fangfang, "My companions are all more talented than me. If I don't put in more effort than them, then I will fall behind. When the team is reorganized, I want to become a useful person for the team. I can't let the team leader bear such a huge pressure alone." Long Haochen was not the only one who was affected by Kai Er's amnesia. As a member of the General Tier Monster Hunt 64, as the enemies she encountered became stronger, Wang Yuanyuan felt more and more useless. In terms of talent, it could be said that she was the worst in the team. In terms of attack power, she was not as good as Sima Xian. In terms of defense, there was no need to mention, and she had no support ability. As a warrior, what could she do? Her role in the team was becoming less and less. When the Temple League ordered their team to temporarily separate, Wang Yuanyuan felt a strong sense of powerlessness for the first time. The feeling of not being able to control one's own fate was too painful. The team disbanded, and they did not know if they could regroup in the future. Why? Because everyone was still not strong enough. Therefore, after returning to the warrior temple, back to the southeast fortress that was facing the Holy War, Wang Yuanyuan had already made up her mind to become stronger no matter what. If she was not talented enough, she would use hard work to make up for it. Therefore, she stood at the top of the city wall, always at the front line. As a girl, a female warrior, she used a more bloody method than the male warriors to increase her strength. Wang Yuanyuan deeply remembered that Long Haochen once said that, as a profession, the easiest way to increase one's strength was to push oneself to the limit. Every time one challenged the limit, it would definitely be a great impetus for one's own improvement. She was searching for her limit in the midst of killing. Every time she was exhausted, every time she fought until the last moment, when she successfully survived, she realized that her cultivation and skills were improving at an alarming rate. Although this method of improvement would always put her at the edge of life and death, she gritted her teeth and endured it. If not for this, how could she increase her internal spiritual energy from more than 6,000 to the peak of the 6th rank in just a year? Crazy killing intent and powerful weapons finally pushed Wang Yuanyuan to create her first skill, a bloody and incomparably powerful skill. Spirit Explosion, Silver Tornado. To use this skill, one first had to trigger the dimensional storm ability of the Bloody Storm, then force the spiritual energy out of the body, and explode the spatial spiritual energy with a bloody killing intent. Thus, an extremely terrifying, explosive power would be produced. At that moment, the explosive power would completely exceed Wang Yuanyuan's own strength. Similarly, she also had to bear the backlash brought about by this explosive power. After continuous experiments and continuous improvement, she succeeded. Although the Spirit Explosion Silver Tornado borrowed the power of the Bloody Storm, it was still a powerful skill created by Wang Yuanyuan. Once it was used, as long as one entered a radius of 3 meters around her body, they would immediately suffer the most direct and terrifying attack. Unless the enemy's strength could crush her and completely shatter her body and weapons, the Spirit Explosion Silver Tornado would definitely bring a fatal blow to the enemy. With such a tyrannical body of the bear demons, although they had lost the support of spiritual energy, it was quite incredible that they were directly turned into minced meat by such a skill. Even a rank 8 powerhouse wouldn't dare to say that they could do it. Those were rank 7 bear demons. Qiu Yonghao, the master of the warrior temple, had personally come to persuade Wang Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan's grandfather was the previous generation's master of the warrior temple who passed on his position to Qiu Yonghao. He died in a battle with the demon god of hell, Marbus. Before his death, the position was passed on to Qiu Yonghao, the former attendant of the bright sword god Yi Wushang. As the inheritor of the mighty spirit god's bloodline, Wang Yuanyuan was the only direct descendant left, and Qiu Yonghao didn't want anything to happen to her. However, Wang Yuanyuan had always insisted on fighting on the front line. She told Qiu Yonghao that there was no weak descendant of the mighty spirit god's bloodline, even if she was just a woman. In desperation, Qiu Yonghao could only send people to take care of her as much as possible. Once Wang Yuanyuan was injured, there would be the best priest to heal her. Persistence paid off. The power of Wang Yuanyuan's bloodline was constantly stimulated by her, and the tyrannical murderous aura merged with the power of the bloodline, producing a layer of pale red light around her body that could greatly increase her attack power. With a flash of golden light, Zhang Fangfang had another clone of himself next to him. It was his second life, spiritual stove clone. He directly passed the heavy sword and shield in his hands to the clone, and under the control of his mind, the clone immediately took his position and guarded the battlement in front of Wang Yuanyuan. Zhang Fangfang quickly turned around and went to Wang Yuanyuan's side, helping her up and to the back. This time, Wang Yuanyuan didn't force herself to stay. She still hadn't completely mastered the spirit explosion, silver tornado, and almost every time after a spirit explosion, she would suffer serious injuries. Recently, after receiving the Forest Boa King's inner core and the snake gall that Lin Xan had sent over, she had continuously taken the Forest Boa Body Forging Pill. Her external spiritual power had greatly increased, and only then did she gradually get better. But to say that she could completely withstand the damage of the spirit explosion, at least for now, she still couldn't do it. Can you not risk your life like this? Do you know how much my heart aches? Zhang Fangfang frowned, and his gaze was filled with worry as he stared at her. Under his gaze, the bloodlust in Wang Yuanyuan's eyes gradually faded, and there was even a hint of gentleness in them. Thank you, Brother Fang. Zhang Fangfang was stunned. For the past year, he and Wang Yuanyuan had risked their lives in this sacred war, and Wang Yuanyuan had almost completely immersed herself in killing. This was the first time she had said words of gratitude to him. At this moment, he only felt his whole body tremble, and suppressed emotions surged out. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms. He only felt that even if he died in the next moment, it would be worth it. Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan didn't resist, and let him hug her as she slowly closed her eyes. Only she knew how much help Zhang Fangfang had given her. What Zhang Fangfang saved wasn't just her life, but also her heart. Immersed in killing, even a male warrior could easily lose himself, let alone a female warrior whose willpower wasn't as strong as a male warrior's. Every time Wang Yuanyuan gradually lost herself in the killing, and when there was only violence left in her heart, she could see Zhang Fangfang risking his life for her. It was precisely because of Zhang Fangfang's existence that she was able to maintain a trace of gentleness in her heart, and she was able to protect her true self and not truly lose herself. Brother Fang, I don't know how to repay you for what you've done for me. If you're willing, and you don't mind the thick stench of blood on my body, when this sacred war is over, you can have me. Wang Yuanyuan's words were like an earth-shattering shock in Zhang Fangfang's ears. He stared at Wang Yuanyuan in a daze, and for a moment, he was so overwhelmed that he couldn't speak. She wants me to have her? Yuanyuan. Zhang Fangfang couldn't help but hug her a little tighter. But I can't marry you. Wang Yuanyuan's next words immediately pulled Zhang Fangfang down from the top and threw him hard onto the ground. Wang Yuanyuan raised her hand and gently stroked his stubbled face. I'm sorry, Brother Fang. Ever since I could remember, I swore that in this life, as long as the demons don't vanquish, I will never marry. I belong to my team, and I will fight against the demons with Leader and the others to the end. The only thing I can give you is my body. No, Yuanyuan. If you marry me, I can also fight with you. What's more, your team has already been disbanded, Zhang Fangfang said anxiously. Wang Yuanyuan shook her head. It's different. If I marry you, I will have something in my heart. I like you, but I don't dare to love you. I only have hatred towards the demons. I'm sorry. Zhang Fangfang looked at her blankly, and looked at Wang Yuanyuan, whose eyes were already overflowing with tears. There was no hatred in his heart, only a suffocating pity. Wanshou Pass. It was located in the south of the Temple League, between the southeast stronghold and the southern pass, and also the headquarters of the Soul Temple. Odin Town, where Long Haochen lived as a child, was very close to Wanshou Pass. It had been a year since the start of the Sacred War. Among the 6 temples, the Soul Temple's Wanshou Pass had suffered the least losses. By relying on the beast tide, they had repelled the demons' attacks time and time again. They could even take care of the southern pass temple of the priests, which had the most difficulty fending off the demons. In the depths of the Soul Temple, in a hexagonal room completely surrounded by milky white light, a beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged. The room was very strange. On the floor of the room, there were strange patterns that spread outwards. The most amazing thing was that there were extremely fine microcarvings in between the patterns. If one looked closely, they would discover that each microcarving was a type of magical beast. In this room that was less than 100 square meters, there were countless microcarvings of magical beasts on the floor. The reason why the patterns were so beautiful was that these microcarvings were embedded with the crystal cores of magical beasts. These crystal cores covered the entire room, like a gemstone carpet. The gentle white light surged in the air and slowly rotated around the girl in the center. As it rotated, one could vaguely see a door of light within the white light. The girl's expression was solemn, but also strangely sacred. She was wearing a white robe. The patterns on the robe were exactly the same as the ones on the floor, with countless silver threads embroidered in the shape of magical beasts. However, there were not many gemstones embedded. This was in comparison to the large number of crystal cores on the floor. There were also 7 rows of gemstones on the girl's robe. These gemstones were colorless and transparent. Some of them hung down from her back. 2 of them slid down her collar, and some were around her waist. The 7 rows of transparent gemstones emitted a strange transparent wave under the illumination of the dense light in the room. If the higher-ups of the Soul Temple were here, they would definitely exclaim in shock, because the robe on the girl was too important to the Soul Temple. It was like the throne of God to the Knights Templars. The Soul Saint garment was a true artifact that had been passed down in the Soul Temple for thousands of years. The origin of this artifact was the crystallization of the painstaking efforts of the powerhouses of the Soul Temple. There were a total of 108 elixirs embedded on the Soul Saint garment. The Soul Temple had spent 5,000 years accumulating them and had only successfully refined them 1,000 years ago. This was a true artifact and the only artifact in the Soul Temple. It was made from the bones of 1,080 different magical beasts, then soaked in a special kind of metal to soften it and toughen it to the extreme. Then it absorbed the souls of those 1,080 magical beasts to form threads and weaved them into this long robe. The elixirs embedded on the robe were special items that could only be produced by the summoners of the Soul Temple. A summoner would always only have one spiritual aperture. Unlike other professions, they could increase the number of spiritual apertures by continuously increasing their spiritual power to achieve the effect of increasing their strength. Having only one spiritual aperture made it much more difficult for them to practice compared to other professions. After countless summoners' research, they finally found another way to practice and created a special cultivation method. That was the method of forming spiritual power elixirs. Through this method, one could gradually solidify spiritual power and store it in one's body. Not only could it be used to wash one's face, but it could also continuously increase one's total spiritual power to achieve the purpose of improving one's cultivation. When the elixir was first formed, it was as soft as cotton. As one's cultivation continued to improve, it would become harder and harder. In the end, it would become an existence like a gem. To reach this level and make the elixir leave the body without being destroyed, one needed to have at least a rank 9 cultivation. After a rank 9 summoner passed away, their elixirs would be left behind like the magic crystals of the demons. In other words, the girl's Soul Saint garment was inlaid with 108 elixirs of the Soul Temple's rank 9 ancestors. Not to mention the demons, even the other 5 temples of the 6 temples didn't know about the existence of the Soul Saint garment. This artifact had never been seen since it was made. The reason was simple. No one could control it. The power of the 108 elixirs left by the Soul Temple's rank 9 masters was terrifying. Although the spiritual power had been merged with the souls of the 1,080 magical beasts through the robe and softened a lot, the total amount was terrifying. The level of the spiritual power was so high that even a rank 9 master couldn't control it. For thousands of years, the senior members of the Soul Temple had tried many methods, but they couldn't activate the Soul Saint garment. Therefore, this artifact had always been hidden in the deepest part of the Soul Temple. Only the Temple Master and Deputy Temple Master knew of its existence. This situation did not improve until more than 20 years ago. After thousands of years of research in the Soul Temple, they found that in order to activate the Soul Saint Garment, one needed not only the strength of the spiritual power, but also the compatibility. Only those who could have a very close feeling with the magical beasts could get a trace of the Soul Saint Garment's favor. 300 years ago, there was a powerful person in the Soul Temple who had an innate internal spiritual power of 81. When he became the Temple Master of the Soul Temple, he worshipped the Soul Saint Garment and got a response. At that time, the Soul Saint Garment emitted a weak light and a very friendly aura. The Temple Master tried wearing the Soul Saint Garment and finally succeeded. However, after the experiment, he found that he could not use more than 30% of the Soul Saint Garment's power. In other words, the compatibility between him and the Soul Saint Garment was still not enough. But even so, the power that the Soul Saint Garment could release was far beyond that of epic equipment. After serious consideration, the Temple Master resisted the impulse in his heart and put the Soul Saint Garment back into the temple. He didn't really wear it. From then on, the Soul Temple had an additional rule. Summoners above rank 6 must come to the temple to worship the Soul Saint Garment. Of course, the Soul Saint Garment was hidden in a statue of the god of beasts. Using this method to find a summoner with a higher compatibility with the Soul Saint Garment was a helpless move. But it turned out that this method was effective. In the next 300 years, there were a total of more than 10 summoners who were compatible with the Soul Saint Garment. Without exception, they were all people with innate internal spiritual power. Unfortunately, in the end, no one was able to wear the Soul Saint Garment. 20 years ago, when a female summoner was worshipping the Soul Saint Garment, a miraculous situation occurred. The Soul Saint Garment unexpectedly emitted an unprecedented bright light. Immediately, that female summoner was shocked. She was immediately kept in the Soul Temple by the Temple Master and Deputy Temple Master in the temple. And this female summoner had an unusual relationship with the Temple Masters and Deputy Temple Masters. She was the daughter-in-law of the current Soul Temple Master, Chun Hongba, and the Soul Temple's Deputy Temple Master and Spirit Fantasy Hall's Hall Master, Sanchue Popo. When Chun Hongba discovered that his daughter-in-law could activate the Soul Saint Garment to such a degree, there was no need to mention his pleasant surprise. He and his wife, Sanchue Popo, immediately took out the Soul Saint Garment for their daughter-in-law to try. However, their just excited mood quickly sank to the bottom, because although the Soul Saint Garment was worn, their daughter-in-law was unable to activate a trace of the Soul Saint Garment's power. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After several fruitless attempts, Chinhongba and Sanchue Popo couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. But at this time they found out that their daughter-in-law was unexpectedly pregnant. Therefore, after Temple Master Chinhongba and Sanchue Popo discussed in detail, they came up with a bold plan. The one who could sense the Soul Saint Garment wasn't their daughter-in-law, but the child in her belly, which was their grandson. With this conjecture, their daughter-in-law was left in a secret room in the Soul Temple's main hall. The Soul Saint Garment directly became her clothing until the day the child was born. After 10 months of pregnancy, the child was finally born. When the child was born, the situation was extremely exciting. On the day the child was born, the Soul Saint Garment once again burst out with that kind of intense and resplendent radiance. It automatically detached from their daughter-in-law's body and wrapped around the baby girl. She was the summoner in the current commander level Monster Hunt 64, Chening. This matter also became the Soul Temple's biggest secret. Only Chun Hongba, Sanchue Popo and his wife and Chening Er's parents knew. Chening Er's growth was closely monitored. This was also the reason why she later had a rebellious personality. Just as the Soul Temple's predecessors predicted, The owner of the Soul Saint garment needed an extremely high innate internal spiritual power. Chun-Ing, Er's innate internal spiritual power surpassed the 90 mark, and she became the Soul Temple's first Soul Saintess. However, following Chun-Ing, Er's growth, her body's problems also began to appear. She could cultivate, and her spiritual power increased at an astonishing speed, but she was unable to use any summoning magic, not even the lowest rank. This made Chen Hongba and Sanshui Popo anxious. After countless judgments, considerations, and attempts, they finally confirmed the strange fact that Chun-Ing, Er's body, produced a seal. This seal directly came from her innate skill. External forces simply couldn't break it. The strength of the seal probably required Chun-Ing, Er's cultivation to be around rank 7 in order to break it. However, she was the Soul Saintess after all. She unexpectedly had an innate skill, and that was the living soul gate. Unfortunately, her cultivation wasn't enough, and she couldn't truly display the living soul gate's power. Thus, she later became the most unreliable summoner in Long Haochen's team. Time passed, and Chun-Ing, who had obtained sufficient training in monster hunters, had already grown up. She was no longer the rebellious and ignorant girl from before, unceasingly fighting with the demons, unceasingly improving her cultivation, and seeing her companions improve. The impetuousness in her heart gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a thirst for power, even if the general class Monster Hunt 64 hadn't been disbanded. She should have returned to the Soul Temple, broken the seal that had bound her for 20 years, and become the true Soul Saintess. Gentle, milky, white, spiritual power pulsed in this strange room. This secret room was originally used by the Soul Temple's Temple Master. It was of great help to increase one's cultivation. Since the day Chun-Ing returned, this place had become her territory. After releasing all of her impetuousness, she calmed her mind and entered into deep meditation. When Chun-Ing began to meditate, she had the same thought as Wang Yuan. I want to become a useful person to the team, and I want to help the team leader. Jialing Pass Magic Temple. His long, dark green hair was draped over his shoulders. Although it hadn't grown to its original length, it could at least reach his vest. Lin Xian looked a little disheveled at the moment. His long hair, which he had always valued the most, was a little messy. Stubble had climbed up to his face, and his face looked a little thin. However, his eyes were exceptionally bright, and his gaze was focused, giving off an indescribable feeling. Over the past year, it could be said that he had been extremely busy every day. From the day he returned to the Magic Temple, he had asked his grandfather for a secret room to develop a large number of resources brought back from the demons in the commander-level Monster Hunt 64. During this period, he had sold a large number of materials to the Grand Auction House of the Sanctuary Alliance at a low price so that they could support the front line. At the same time, he had also received a promise from the Grand Auction House of the Sanctuary Alliance that some of the materials he needed would also be provided by the Grand Auction House of the Sanctuary Alliance. The master alchemist who refined the bloody storm from the Sawtooth Ray was found by the Grand Auction House of the Sanctuary Alliance for Lin Xian. Otherwise, with his ability, he wouldn't have been able to find a master alchemist who could refine legendary equipment in such a short time. The master alchemist said that the bloody storm was born for killing. The blood of countless enemies was likely to cause a qualitative change in the future. In other words, this weapon had the possibility of being promoted to the epic grade. The source of this possibility came from some of the blood of the snake demon god Andamari that Lin Xian had provided. After being soaked in the blood of the demon god, the bloody storm had the possibility of evolving. Lin Xian devoted himself to the development of elixirs. With the existence of the Flame of the Heart, he had made great progress in refining elixirs. He could even produce ordinary elixirs, such as the Spirit Recovering Elixir and the Spirit Explosion Elixir in large quantities. For this, he had received a special reward from the upper echelons of the Magic Temple. He had also been provided with a large number of precious materials from within the magic temple. While refining ordinary elixirs at the front line, Lin Xian had also devoted most of his energy to refining important elixirs. First, he restored the refining method of the forest boa bodybuilding elixir. With the forest boa snake's gallbladder, the inner alchemy, the 9-petal black chrysanthemum, the 3-leaf ice fairy fruit, and a dozen other medicinal materials, he had successfully refined the forest boa bodybuilding elixir. Among them, he had refined a total of 35 forest boa bodybuilding elixirs with the gallbladder and the inner alchemy of the forest boa king. He had sent a copy to everyone, including Long Houchin. He had refined more than 200 forest boa bodybuilding elixirs with the inner alchemy of the ordinary forest boa, all of which were distributed to everyone, leaving only about 30 elixirs for the Monster Hunter's mission tower in exchange for a large number of merit points. After the boa forest body tempering pill was refined, Lin Xian proceeded with an extremely important research, which was also the research he had always wanted to complete. That was the spirit-raising elixir. When Long Houchin and Lin Xian had first met, Lin Xian had given him a bottle of spirit-raising elixirs. However, that kind of spirit-raising elixir could only be used within the 5th level. Although the effect of increasing spiritual power was not bad, its use was limited. Lin Xian knew very well that for himself and his companions, the spirit-raising elixir was the most important. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it was to increase spiritual power. Moreover, the spirit-raising elixir that he wanted to refine could not have any side effects. It was a method that relied entirely on replenishing the body to increase spiritual power. This required a large number of treasures of heaven and earth to be able to be completed, and it also required continuous experimentation. Lin Xian himself became the subject of the experiment. After more than half a year of research and experimentation, he finally succeeded not long ago. He successfully refined a spirit-raising elixir that had no restrictions and could be consumed by any cultivator. Every time one was consumed and absorbed through cultivation, it could increase one's internal spiritual power by as much as 100. This spirit-raising elixir was named Xian Elixir by Lin Xian, using his own name to name this elixir. It could be seen how satisfied he was with his creation. However, the Xian elixir could not be refined infinitely. The materials it needed were precious, and Lin Xian himself could only successfully refine it 3 times. After that, he was unable to refine it again. For the Xian elixir, he used the crystal core of the snake demon god Andamari, the medicinal liquid brewed from the dragon crystal of the heaven-defying demon dragon, the meat and tendons of the forest boa king, and more than 30 kinds of precious herbs to be able to complete it. 3 batches, more than 200 elixirs. In fact, if it was divided evenly among the 7 people, it would not be much. It could only help each person increase their internal spiritual power by about 3,000 points. However, the creation of this formula was undoubtedly creative. In theory, as long as they could kill more demon gods and heaven-defying demon dragons, then this Xian elixir could be refined. After all, with the forest boa king's huge body, there would be enough materials to refine another few hundred batches. Although the other herbs were precious, with the support of the Alliance, they could still be gathered. Other than the Xian elixir, Lin Xian also refined a brand new conjoined elixir. The side effects were greatly reduced, and the effect was greatly enhanced. It could be said that in this year, with the support of a large number of precious materials, Lin Xian had officially transformed from a potion master to a potion master. Although he refined elixirs day and night without much time to rest, constantly using the heart's flame to refine elixirs, he needed to recover his spiritual power. In terms of internal spiritual power improvement, Lin Xian's speed of improvement was even faster than Wang Yuan's, who was constantly killing to seek a breakthrough. Just a month ago, when he successfully refined the Xian elixir, his internal spiritual power officially broke through to the 7th level, and the second spiritual aperture was opened. After several of the most important elixirs were completed, Lin Xian recently relaxed a lot. Through the materials provided by the Magic Temple and the Sanctuary Grand Auction House, he refined a large number of elixirs for the front line, such as Spirit Recovery Elixir and Spirit Explosion Elixir, which could increase the strength of professionals in the front line. One should know that the biggest advantage of elixirs was that they could be used together with buff magic. 1 or 2 elixirs were not enough to affect the situation, but if there were a large number of elixirs, it could change the situation at a critical moment. Poof! The blue flame rose and swept, completely enveloping the huge furnace. This happened 3 times, and the flame disappeared. Lin Xian's face showed a trace of fatigue, sat on the chair next to him, and successfully refined another batch. At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside the door. Lin Xian, it's bad. Lin Xian, she. Chapter 168. Hearing Lin Xian's name, Lin Xian, who had just finished concocting pills and was extremely exhausted, almost instantly jumped out of his chair, sprinting to the door and pulling it open. The Magic Temple had given strict orders that even if the temple master came personally, he was not allowed to open the door. Moreover, there were strict guards outside and no one was allowed to get close, so as not to disturb him while refining pills. Those who could come here were all with Lin Xian's permission. When the door was opened, a familiar face appeared outside. It was Jian Yan, originally from the 4th Soldier Grade Demon Hunt Squad, but later became the 22nd General Grade Demon Hunt Squad's warrior Jian Yan, which was also Lin Xian's squad. When the Holy War began, all the monster hunters joined the battle. After receiving the order, Lu Shi led his team of monster hunters to the Magic Temple to join the battle. Coincidentally, Lin Xian returned, so he met Lin Xian again. All the members of their team of monster hunters were allowed by Lin Xian to come to his refining room. The pills Lin Xian refined would also be given to them first. The 22 monster hunters were always at the front line. Although Lin Xian was worried, refining pills was more important to him. Therefore, he could only give the best pills to Lin Xian and the others. There was nothing else he could do. What he was most afraid to hear was that something had happened to Lin Xian on the battlefield. What's wrong with Lin Xian? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Jian Yan's body was covered in blood, and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. However, he still ran here immediately to pass the news to Lin Xian. It was obvious that something big had happened. Jian Yan looked at Lin Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose face was full of exhaustion. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said it. The bastards of the demons just launched an attack. In order to protect the captain, the vice-captain fought the enemy with all his might. How? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Xian grabbed Jian Yan's shoulder, who was much stronger than him. His eyes were almost spitting fire. Jian Yan took a deep breath and said, Lin Xian, you have to steady yourself. The vice leader's left arm was chopped off by the demons. First aid is in progress. Although the guild leader managed to save her life, I'm afraid that her left arm. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt his brain buzz as if it was about to explode. The pores all over his body instantly contracted. The hands that grabbed Jian Yan's shoulders were actually squeezing the armor so hard that it made cracking sounds. After taking the Forest Boa body forging pill, his external spiritual force had also reached a very powerful level. At this moment, under his excitement, his strength actually made the Radiant's grade armor groan. Where is she? Quick, bring me there. Lin Xian was practically roaring at the top of his lungs. Jian Yan nodded, turned around and ran outside. Lin Xian quickly followed and quickly rushed out. The place where Lin Xian refined medicine was in the depths of the Magic Temple. There was still a considerable distance from the front line, but at this moment he couldn't care about anything else. He ran with Dinyan with all his might. As they ran, Lin Xian asked Dinyan with monstrous hatred, "Who did it to Xian Air? Who?" Dinyan said, "It was a gold dual saber demon. It suddenly ambushed the guild leader from the side. The vice leader was originally fighting a strong enemy. At the critical moment, she stepped forward bravely and blocked the gold dual saber demon. She traded injury for injury and got rid of that bastard, but her left arm also." Lin Xian only felt a sharp pain in his heart. For a knight, whether it was the guardian knight or the punishment knight, the importance of an arm was obvious. As a punishment knight, losing an arm was equivalent to losing half of Lin Xian's strength. With her personality, how could she bear it? Just as the two of them ran forward in the distance, a group of people were already running towards them. Wasn't it the general level number 22 monster hunters? Rays of golden light flashed as if they didn't need any spiritual power. Han Daosi and Yi Jun carried the stretcher, and the one casting healing magic was Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi's eyes were also bloodshot, and her expression was extremely ugly. "Xian Air." Lin Xian let out a loud shout, rushing over with quick steps, even pushing Luo Shi away somewhat rudely, throwing himself in front of the stretcher. Even though he had already guessed Lin Xian's current situation, when he saw her with his own eyes, he couldn't help but tear up. Lin Xian's left arm was broken at the base, and the severed arm was beside her. It wasn't just a broken arm. Her left arm was obviously used to block the enemy's attack. The wrist was broken, and then the base of the arm was broken. The arm was broken in two, and was now completely pale. The bleeding had already stopped, but Lin Xian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her eyes were dim, and the spiritual power around her was extremely weak. The armor on her body was damaged in at least a dozen places, and it was obvious how fierce the battle she had experienced was. Her right hand was still tightly gripping her heavy sword, unwilling to let go. "Xian Air, Xian Air." Lin Xian quickly took out a bottle of pills and poured one into his mouth. Then he lowered his head and kissed Lin Xian's pale lips, passing the medicine over. Lin Xian hadn't fainted, and her mind was still very clear. She looked at Lin Xian and forced out a smile. "Idiot, why did you run out? This place is very close to the front lines. It's dangerous." "Dangerous? What danger? You're already like this. How could I not come? Bastard, bastard." As he spoke, Lin Xian suddenly turned around and grabbed the front of Lu Shi's shirt. "Are you still AF *, King Man? You actually let a girl block a knife for you. What did you promise me? How did you take care of Xian Air, bastard?" Looking at Lin Xian's bloodshot eyes, Lu Shi didn't struggle at all. She let him push her body, and her face was filled with bitterness. If it was possible, how he wished that the one lying on the stretcher right now was him, and not Lin Xian. At that time, the situation really happened too quickly. That gold vein, dual-bladed demon's treacherous sneak attack from the side, and Lu, she was only a priest after all. Lin Xian, calm down. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened a bit, and she glared at him. Lin Xian hurriedly let go of Lu Shi's hand and returned to Lin Xian's side. He carefully picked up her severed arm. "Xian Air, don't be sad. No matter what price I have to pay, I will definitely help you restore your arm." Snot and tears flowed down. He had never felt such pain before. He suddenly felt that he was so small and powerless. He couldn't even protect his own woman. Don't talk about explaining to Long Haochen. He couldn't even get over the hurdle in his heart. Lin Xian said weakly, "It's okay. It's inevitable for a general to die in battle. Moreover, I'm not dead yet. I will be strong. I still have an arm, and I can still kill demons." After saying this, she couldn't hold on anymore. Her eyes closed, and she fainted on the stretcher. "Send her to my place. I'll go find the best doctor." After saying this, Lin Xian turned around and ran away. Priests could heal injuries, but they couldn't reattach severed limbs. Lin Xian had enough good pills to treat Lin Xian, but if he wanted to reattach her severed arm, he would need the best doctor. The sooner he could reattach it, the higher the possibility of saving her arm. 2 hours later, Lin Xian stood silently in the room. The other members of the general-level Monster Hunters team, number 22, were also there. Speaking of which, they were still considered lucky in this holy war. At least until now, their team of Monster Hunters hadn't died. They had a much better ending than Zhang Fangfang's team of Monster Hunters. Of course, this was also because the strength of the Monster Hunters wasn't too strong, so they didn't attract the attention of more powerful demons. Lu Shi's self-blame and pain were no less than Lin Xian's. His eyes were also bloodshot. They had been staying here, watching the doctor treat Lin Xian's injury. Lin Xian was considered lucky. At least the treatment was timely. She also had Lu Shi, a rank 6 priest, and Lin Xian, a master potion master, by her side. With the cooperation of the best doctor, the severed arm was finally reattached. At this time, the entire left side of Lin Xian's body was wrapped in gauze. It wasn't something that could recover in a short period of time. "Doctor, how is it?" Lin Xian asked the middle-aged woman who reattached Lin Xian's arm. The doctor let out a breath and said the reattachment was timely. However, she lost too much blood and her vitality was greatly damaged. She will need a long time to recuperate. Lin Xian's expression softened a little. "Doctor, after she recovers, will she still be able to use her left arm like before?" The doctor shook her head silently. "I'm afraid not. Her arm was broken in two. The base of her arm and the most concentrated meridians in her wrist were greatly damaged. It's already good enough that she can barely take care of her daily life. It's very difficult for her to circulate her spiritual energy. And this is because you have such a good pill here. Otherwise, I don't have the confidence to save her arm. Let her recuperate." After saying this, the doctor left in a hurry. There were still many Temple League warriors waiting for her rescue. After the doctor left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. No one said anything because they didn't know what to say. Lin Xian had suffered such a serious injury. This blow didn't only belong to Lin Xian. After losing the ability to use an arm, Lin Xian's strength would be greatly reduced if she wanted to work for the Monster Hunters. Lin Xian understood her too well. Lin Xian's personality was extremely headstrong. This kind of blow was too heavy for her. Sitting in front of the bed, Lin Xian said softly, "Xian, don't worry. No matter what, I will definitely cure your arm. What the doctor can't do, I will." "Lu," she suddenly said, "why don't we send her to the Southern Guard Pass? If we can invite a saint to treat her with the most powerful skill, she might be able to recover the function of her arm." Lin Xian silently shook his head and said, "Although the skills of a priest are powerful, it's more about stimulating the body's potential, thus achieving the goal of treatment. If I treat Xian in that way, I'm afraid her vitality will be affected. She has already suffered a great loss this time. I will use my own method to treat her. Brother Lu Shi, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive." "Lu," she smiled bitterly, "I didn't protect Xian well. This has nothing to do with your impulsiveness. I can't wait for you to beat me up." Lin Xian sighed and said, "It's not your fault. It's all because of the demons. These bastards, they're all demons." He couldn't help but clench his fists at this point. "All of you go rest. I'll take care of Xian." "Lu," she said, "Lin Xian, you're also very tired. Take care of yourself." He really didn't know what else to say to Lin Xian. At this time it was useless. He quietly left with his companions, leaving the place to Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Gently stroking Lin Xian's pale face, the light in Lin Xian's eyes gradually changed. "Xian, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you. If I could be by your side at that time, even if I die, I won't let the enemy hurt you. It's all because I'm too cowardly. As a magus, I can't go to the battlefield to protect my lover. Xin heir, I've already decided. For you, I'm willing to give up my oath. I want to learn offensive magic. By the time he said the last few words, Lin Xin was already sobbing uncontrollably again. His personality was originally somewhat cowardly. He had lost his parents at a young age, causing a haze in his heart that he couldn't let go. But at this moment, seeing the woman he loved lying in front of him, seriously injured, that feeling of powerlessness almost made him go crazy. He was thinking, if I can have great strength, have great offensive power, and fight side by side with her on the battlefield, even if I can't change the final outcome, at least I can die together with the person I love. Perhaps his mother never regretted that his father's failed magic caused him to die together with his mother. At least they died together. Xin heir, I won't be cowardly anymore. I will bring out all my courage. I will no longer fear offensive magic. I will learn all the strongest attacks. Use them to defeat the enemy. Use them to protect you, my beloved. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The thick stench of blood lingered on the southern pass. The southern pass was the weakest of the 6 impregnable passes of the Temple League. Although priests had strong healing abilities, their offensive power was their weakness. Moreover, the cultivation of priests was much more difficult than that of other professions. As a result, the number of high-level priests was much fewer than that of the other temples' high-level professions. If it weren't for the endless reinforcements from the other 5 temples and the Alliance's heavy support, the southern pass would have long been breached. When Long Houchen and the others were here, hadn't the southern pass been breached once? The majority of the people on the southern pass walls were experts from the other 5 temples. The priests of the Temple of the Priests had suffered heavy casualties in the Holy War over the past year. The demons had launched many surprise attacks against the priests. Although the demons suffered heavy losses every time, the Temple of the Priests' losses were even greater. How difficult was it to raise a high-level priest? But on the battlefield, high-level priests were still weak. They had very limited methods to protect themselves, and their offensive power was even worse. Chapter 169. Therefore, no matter how great a price the demons had to pay, there was one fact that was a heavy blow to the southern town pass. The number of priests continued to decrease. In the end, the southern town pass military had no choice but to withdraw all priests below grade 7 into the southern town pass and be responsible for treating the wounded. Only those priests above grade 7 who had the ability to protect themselves would be responsible for supporting the powerhouses of the other temple on the walls. However, there was an exception to everything. For example, on top of the southern town pass, there stood a priest who was stronger than the warriors and more valiant than the knight. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a sturdier physique than the warriors. He also had a shiny bald head and a weapon that even the demons would be afraid of. The general class Monster Hunt 64 Commandment Priest, Sima Xian. Sima had returned to the southern town pass a long time ago. However, he wasn't like Wang Yuan, who immediately threw himself into the battlefield. Instead, he was frozen by the Temple of the Priests for a period of time. His teacher, the current temple master of the Temple of the Priests, left him in a secret chamber in the Temple of the Priests and taught him many of the skills of a commandment priest. After he finished his training, he set foot on the battlefield of the southern town pass. Speaking of which, the big shots of the Temple of the Priests had put in a lot of effort. As his strength continued to increase, Sima Xian also began to stand out in the Temple League. Although his fighting style made the Temple of the Priests blush with shame, they had to admit that Sima Xian was strong among the priests. This holy war also made the priests more and more aware of their lack of ability to protect themselves. As for the commandment priest, a special profession that had long disappeared from the stage of history, it was once again brought up for discussion among the upper echelons of the Temple of the Priests. In the end, the Temple of the Priests decided to use Sima Xian as an experiment and train him with all their might. They wanted to see what kind of strength a priest could achieve if they focused on fighting. As it turned out, the strength of the commandment priests far exceeded the expectations of the upper echelons of the Temple of the Priests. When Sima Xian stepped onto the Southern Guard Pass battlefield for the first time, he shocked everyone. The terrifying power of the Vigor Pill of Light and Sima Xian's indomitable strength made the higher-ups of the Temple of the Priests realize for the first time that their priests could also be so powerful. Not even warriors of the same rank could compare to Sima Xian. In the hands of Sima Xian, the Vigor Pill of Light was playing more and more tricks, especially after eating the Forest Boa body forging pill that Lin Exan had given him. Sima Xian's external spiritual power had risen sharply. Currently, his cultivation base had also broken through to the 7th order. With the power of the vigorous ball of light in his hand, countless mid- and low-level demons had fallen in his hands. Moreover, Sima Xian was definitely not as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Once he encountered an opponent he could not deal with, he would not fight to the death. After all, the top of the South Guard Pass was still human territory, and there were many experts protecting it. Therefore, his offensive power had exploded to a great extent. Even Sima Xian himself did not know how many demons he had killed. "Sima, the demons are attacking again." A petite female magician shouted at Sima Xian in front of her. She had just used the Eagle Eye spell to detect the movements of the demon army in the distance. Sima Xian turned around and grinned at the female magician. He gave her a thumbs up, indicating that he understood. He raised the Vigor Pill of Light in his hand, and a domineering aura of light attribute spiritual power began to burst out of his body. The female magician was a fire magician. All along, as a fire magician, she had felt that her offensive power should be the strongest among all professions of the same rank. However, ever since she got to know Sima Xian, she realized that her perception was wrong. This fire magician was only at the 5th order and was assigned to provide fire support on this side. When she came here for the first time, she could not help but be shocked to see that the person in front of her was actually a priest. A priest protecting a magician? Are you kidding me? However, when the Devil Race launched their attack that time, she realized how wrong she was. That terrifying roar and the powerful and domineering light attribute spiritual power made her witness the existence of a meat grinder. After that, she did not know how many times she had cooperated with Sima Xian. Standing behind this man, she would naturally feel a strong sense of security. It was as if as long as he was there, she did not need to worry about her own safety at all. The demon army launched their attack again. The ones rushing at the forefront were always the dual-bladed demons, who were used as cannon fodder. The human warriors had accumulated sufficient experience through continuous battles. The magicians did not waste their precious spiritual power on these cannon fodder. Instead, they allowed them to climb up the city wall. Although the huge number of dual-bladed demons had a certain impact on the city wall, they would also affect the charge of the other demons. Therefore, keeping them in the battle order could prevent the stronger demons from gathering together and launching an attack. Dozens of dual-bladed demons climbed up from the city wall in front of Sima Xian. Sima Xian coldly snorted. He did not even throw the Vigor Pill of Light in his hand. Instead, he rushed towards the dual-bladed demons in a tyrannical manner. There were no spiritual power fluctuations. It was completely a hand-to-hand fight. Sima Xian even gave up on his own defense, allowing the dual-bladed demons to cut his naked upper body with their sharp blades. The tyrannical external spiritual power became the strongest defense. Sima Xian did not even wear armor. He relied on his body to block the dual-bladed demon's attack. Only white marks were left on his skin. Not wearing armor was a habit that Sima Xian had developed after participating in the Holy War. He had determined the path he wanted to take, which was to use his tyrannical external spiritual power to support his internal spiritual power. When external spiritual power was cultivated to the extreme, it was also a terrifying existence. At this time, although Sima Xian's internal spiritual power had broken through 10,000, with his extraordinary talent, his external spiritual power had already exceeded 15,000. It was enough to compare with Long Haochen, who was a god's favored. Among the demons, it was very difficult for a rank 8 low demon to win against him. When the dual-bladed demons met Sima Xian, they were like mud, smashing into pieces. Sima Xian stood there. His body was like an iron wall, not allowing the dual-bladed demons to take a single step forward. Even more powerful demons rushed over. Mixed among the dual-bladed demons, there were already mad demons, bird demons, dual-headed demon vultures, bear demons, lion demons, and even great demons joining the battle. Rumble, a rank 6 demon commander, had just jumped onto the city wall and raised his heavy sword when he met Sima Xian. The vigor pill of light mixed with an incomparably sharp aura bombarded him, making the most intimate contact with him. That was a rank 6 demon commander, In front of the vigor pill of light, he didn't even have the power to resist. Amidst the violent explosion, the vigor pill of light only had a flash of golden light, and the heavy sword in the demon commander's hand and his sternum had already been completely smashed. After continuous use and cultivation, the vigor pill of light now had more skills than the original ones. Sima Xian revolved around his most beloved weapon and created a series of powerful skills. For example, the seemingly simple attack just now actually contained the existence of the shattering and exploding abilities, but it didn't use absorption. It also didn't use the power of his purple, godly thunder spiritual stove. Using skills separately, coupled with some self-created skills, could greatly reduce the consumption of internal spiritual power. Many things that could be done with external spiritual power, Sima Xian wouldn't use his own internal spiritual power. In this way, his ability to continue fighting on the battlefield was greatly enhanced. A series of fireballs flew past Sima Xian's side, blowing a group of dual-bladed demons into pieces. Sima Xian didn't even need to look back to know that this was the masterpiece of the female magician who was about the same age as him. The two of them had been working together for a long time, and this tacit understanding was still there. However, every time he felt the aura of this fire magic explosion, he couldn't help but think of Brother Yao. Although Lin Xian didn't know offensive magic, when he thought of him, Sima Xian's face would unconsciously reveal a trace of a smile. "Brother, I really miss you a little. I don't know when we can stand together on the battlefield again. How nice it would be if you were behind me." Roar! A tyrannical roar sounded, pulling Sima Xian back from his thoughts. A mountain-like figure climbed up from the top of the city wall. Boom! Gravel splashed. This big guy had just climbed up the city wall, and the huge mace in his hand had already swept away 2 battlements. A fierce aura mixed with a strong smell of blood assaulted Li's nostrils. Bear demons, one of the most tyrannical demons in melee combat. The top bear demons could even compete with the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan in terms of strength. The bear demons that appeared in front of Sima Xian were only about 3 meters tall. It was definitely not considered majestic among the bear demons, but its hair was dark silver. As soon as it climbed up the city wall, its tyrannical aura greatly increased the aura of the other demons. Bear Demon's Lord. 8th grade. Sima Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that he had encountered a powerful opponent. The mace in the hands of this Bear Demon's Lord was about the same length as its height. It was also more than 3 meters long, and the thickest part was close to the diameter of the vigor ball of light. It was such a terrifying weapon that could destroy the battlements so easily. Its terrifying power was probably not something that Li could compare with. The Bear Demon's Lord roared at the sky, and its fierce aura intensified. Its eyes instantly locked on Sima Xian. The vigor ball of light in Sima Xian's hand was too obvious. The huge mace was suddenly raised, and an evil wind blew in Li's face. The female sorcerer not far behind Sima Xian turned pale. If such a killing weapon were to be blasted down, it would probably turn into slag. Sima Xian, however, was not afraid. He also roared at the sky, and a thick light element suddenly erupted from his body. His right arm instantly turned a transparent color. It was a buff skill similar to the knight's body of glorious light. Not only that, but his already extremely majestic body suddenly soared, and the muscles on his upper body swelled. In addition to the golden light element, there was an additional layer of wild red, causing the spiritual power around his body to turn reddish gold. In an instant, his aura increased greatly. He strode straight to the bear demon's lord. The gigantic mace brought with it an incomparable might as it smashed towards Sima Xian's head. The terrifying pressure caused a sharp whooshing sound in the air. It was not an exaggeration to describe this sound as terrifying. This big guy probably weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Just as the bear demon's lord's mace was about to collide with Sima Xian's vigor ball of light, Sima Xian's footsteps seemed to be in a mess. His body crossed about a meter to the side, and his whole body staggered down. Even the vigor ball of light was withdrawn a little. His movement exposed the female sorcerer behind him. Even if the bear demon's lord's blow could not hit him, the mace only needed to push forward to smash the female sorcerer's body into pieces. The female sorcerer's face turned pale, and she staggered back. She seemed to have smelled the blood coming from the thick spikes of the mace. At this moment, Sima Xian's vigor ball of light moved. When the huge mace was less than a meter from the ground, his vigor ball of light swept out brazenly, hitting right where the mace was broken. With a loud bang, the thick mace was swung away, and the downward slash turned into a horizontal sweep, causing the bear demon's lord's movements to freeze. Similarly, under the effect of the huge recoil, Sima Xian also staggered a few steps. However, his steps were just right. He stepped diagonally forward, and the vigor ball of light that was shaken up was instantly waved under the effect of the chain, smashing straight at the hands of the bear demon's lord that were holding the mace. The huge size of the mace also caused its own clumsiness. With Sima Xian's leverage, coupled with his exquisite footwork, he actually turned the situation around in an instant, turning passivity into initiative. After all, the bear demon's lord was the bear demon's lord. His powerful level 8 strength made him look down on Sima Xian. The mace was swung aside, and he held the thick tail with both hands. He suddenly made a smashing action, using the conical tail of the mace to stab the vigor ball of light. Unfortunately, the bear demon's lord did not see that at this time, Sima Xian's eyes were shining with a strange light. Bang! The huge metal ball collided with the tail of the mace, and the vigor ball of light was swung away again. However, the bear demon's lord also underestimated Sima Xian's strength. Although this blow did not hurt him, it once again made him stagger, and his entire upper body turned 45 degrees to the side. Sima Xian's external spiritual energy was more than 15,000, and with the increase in strength after going berserk, although he couldn't compare to the demonic bear in terms of strength, with the various effects of the pill of light, he wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of strength. After the vigor ball of light was swung away this time, Sima Xian was already very close to the bear demon's lord. This time, the vigor ball of light spun back from top to bottom, smashing straight at the jaw of the bear demons. The bear demon's lord's external spiritual energy exceeded 30,000. Even so, if his jaw was hit head-on by the vigor ball of light, Sima Xian was sure that his head would definitely be smashed like a rotten watermelon. The bear demon lord was furious. Not only was he knocked back, but his body was also knocked askew. When he turned around, the vigorous light pill that he borrowed from the momentum had already blasted upwards. This time, it was obviously impossible for him to block it with his mace. The bear demon's lord was also battle-hardened. At this critical moment, he made what he thought was the most correct choice. He let go of the heavy and terrifying mace at the same time, and a pair of bare paws slapped down from above, slapping the vigor ball of light fiercely. The bear demon's lord who had lost his weapon was like a beast that had lost its claws and fangs. However, his brute force was extremely terrifying after all. The dark silver fur on the bear demons could be seen bursting out a thick layer of dark aura. This dark aura instantly gathered on his palms and collided with the vigor ball of light fiercely. Rumble! A violent explosion that sounded like a thunderclap from a clear sky caused the entire Southern Guard pass to raise their eyebrows. The intense golden light produced a terrifying explosion in an instant. Not only that, purple lightning lingered and crackled, and a burnt smell spread from the center of the collision. The moment the bear demon's lord's palms slapped the vigor ball of light, he only felt a strong explosive force suddenly bursting out from the huge metal ball. Even with his cultivation base, his palms could not help but be shaken. At this moment, his right leg had already swept out, and his target was the mace that had fallen to the ground. With the strength of his feet, under normal circumstances, he could totally kick the mace horizontally and hit Sima Xian from the side. However, he was unable to complete this action, because at the same time his palms were shaken by the explosive force. A strong sense of numbness spread throughout his body. Purple electric currents lingered on his dark silver fur. That kind of numbing pain was even more stimulating than the pain. That's right, this was the blow that Sima Xian used all his strength. Holy light blast, explosion, crushing, absorption, crushing, and triple blast. There was also the external spiritual power that he exerted after going berserk, and the spiritual stove of purple, godly thunder. It seemed like a simple blow, but it consumed almost 1/3 of Sima Xian's spiritual power. The vigor ball of light bloomed with the strongest light. With his palms shaken up, the bear demon's lord's chest was naturally wide open. Moreover, under the effect of absorption, the vigor ball of light was also brought up along with his palms. Sima Xian's right foot stomped heavily on the ground, and his strong body suddenly soared up. His fists fiercely bombarded the vigor ball of light from behind. At this moment, both of his palms had completely turned into a sparkling white color. Holy Spirit, the purest light element, erupted. Boom! Under Sima Xian's all-out attack, the light vigor ball fiercely smashed into the demonic bear overlord's chest. The metal ball made the most intimate contact with the demonic bear overlord's chest muscles. In the violent roar, the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder burst out 9 purple lights. Each purple light had a faint dragon shape, and all of them blasted into the body of the bear demon's lord. The heavy bombardment directly blasted the body of the bear demon's lord. It happened that the battlements behind it had been blasted, and it was about to fly down the city. However, the defense of the bear demon's lord was indeed terrifying. Under such a heavy blow, it was only bleeding from its mouth and nose. Under the multiple bombardment of the vigor ball of light, its hard chest bones were not broken. The demon's strongest defense was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Would Sima Xian let it be blasted out just like that? If so, at least he wouldn't be able to take the life of the bear demon's lord. Unfortunately, the moment Sima Xian started the attack, he had never thought of letting the other party leave the battlefield. It was either the other party die or he die. Without such willpower, how could he continue to improve himself on the battlefield? The thick chain suddenly pulled back, and the vigor ball of light attached to the chest of the bear demon's lord suddenly retreated, immediately pulling the huge body of the bear demon's lord back. The paralysis effect of the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder was still there, and the bear demon's lord could not make any effective resistance at all. Sima Xian kicked the vigor ball of light, and suddenly the bear demon's lord was shaken into the sky. Immediately afterward, he waved the vigor ball of light in his hand horizontally, and then blasted it upward again. This time, his target was the head of the bear demon's lord. The strong resistance of the body allowed the bear demon's lord to finally regain the ability to move in the air. Although the vigor ball of light did not shatter the bones in his chest, this killer weapon, combined with the power of the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, still charred a large area of the muscles in his chest. The terrifying shock made his internal organs feel like they were on fire, and he was already seriously injured. Even so, the bear demon's lord did not understand why he had lost. Whether it was strength, cultivation, or body, he should be above that human. Even if his weapon had a certain advantage, he should not have been beaten by the opponent to the point where he could not fight back and was completely led by the nose. Of course, the bear demon's lord did not know how much Sima Xian had paid to improve his strength. Long Haochen was not the only one who knew the ancient martial arts from the Tower of Eternity. Each of them had learned how to best seize the opportunity and how to exert their strongest power in battle. The defense of the bear demon's lord was indeed strong, and his spiritual power was far superior to Sima Xian's. However, his body was too cumbersome. The bear demons were only suitable for blocking at the front, but in a one-on-one battle, their cumbersome weight was a disadvantage. What's more, although Sima Xian's weapon was not necessarily much more powerful than his mace, he still needed to be able to exert the mace's power. From the beginning, his mace had not been able to exert its full strength. Facing the threat of life and death, the bear demon's lord let out a shrill roar in the air. All the hair on his body stood on end, and a huge black shadow appeared behind him. Giant bear strength. This was a powerful power that only the Lord-level bear demons had, and he had not had the chance to use it before. Thick black instantly enveloped his arms, and he slammed them down with all his might, meeting the vigor ball of light that was bombarding him. The bear demon's lord's heart was filled with fear. He just wanted to jump off the city wall and stay away from this terrifying man who used metal. Rumble! Another violent collision caused the bear demon overlord's body to be forcefully blasted away once more. Just as he wanted to use this opportunity to fall off the city walls, a huge shadow suddenly swept up and fiercely struck his back from the back, forcing him to fall back again. Wasn't that huge black shadow the mace in the hands of the bear demon's lord from the beginning? The spiked mace was sent flying by Sima Xian's foot. Although the demonic bear lord had used the power of the giant bear to block the vigor pill of light's pursuit, it was unable to deflect the attack. The thickest part of the mace hit the bear demon's lord's back. The heavy bombardment made his vision go black, and the muscles on his back were torn by the spikes on the mace. He fell to the ground again. However, to his surprise, the bald man's figure disappeared, and what met his falling figure was a bursting fireball with a diameter of 0.5 meter. The bear demon's lord was depressed. If he was at his peak, even if he didn't dodge, such a fireball wouldn't be able to harm him at all. However, he couldn't do it now. His chest had already been severely injured. If he were to be hit again, he might not be able to escape. In desperation, he could only raise his arms to resist the fireball. The Lord Bear Demon's physical resistance was indeed strong. After being hit head-on by the 5th grade bursting fireball, his body only paused in the air for a moment before falling to the ground. He did not suffer any injuries, but the wound on his chest that had been charred by the electric shock was spurting blood due to the violent shock. However, in the next moment, the bear demons let out a shrill roar, and the momentum of his body's fall increased sharply. He fell hard on the top of the southern pass wall, and his screams became weaker and weaker. Unbeknownst to him, the bald priest who defeated him was already behind him. A bright silver dagger fiercely pierced through the back of his neck where the central nervous system was located. Moreover, it was stabbed diagonally upwards into his brain. The spiritual wings on his back retracted, and Sima Xian gasped for breath. When the bear demons were smashed back by the mace, he had already flown into the air, completed a turn in the air, and fell instantly. At the same time that the bear demon's lord was hit by the bursting fireball, he landed behind the bear demon's lord. The terrifying dagger in his hand, which was only 2 feet long but 4 inches wide, was a miniature version of Wang Yuan's Bloody Storm. Although its power was far less terrifying than Bloody Storm, The bloody dagger made from the remaining Saw-Ray's horn had already knocked on the door of the legendary realm. In terms of piercing ability, the vigorous light ball could not compare to it. Sima Xian was well aware of the tenacious vitality of the bear demon's lord, and after going berserk, his strength had been greatly depleted. Once he could not continue to restrain the bear demon's lord. He might be devoured by the other party. Therefore, he used the bloody dagger to complete the final blow, destroying the bear demons from the vital point. Sitting on the corpse of the bear demon's lord, Sima Xian gasped for breath, but the bloody dagger did not stop. He dug out the magical crystal of the bear demon's lord and put it into his storage spiritual tool. He did not know if it was because of Lin Xian's influence, but Sima Xian was never tired of collecting high-level magical crystals on the battlefield. There were too many enemies. It was impossible to collect the corpses in time, but it was more than enough to collect the magical crystals. Even he himself did not know how many high-level magical crystals he had collected. The Holy War had brought a huge blow to mankind, but at the same time, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. For the powerhouses of the Temple League who were fighting on the front line, as long as they could survive, any one of them would have accumulated a lot of magical crystals. The female mage looked at Sima Xian's tired look, but there was a flame-like brilliance in her eyes. She walked quickly to him and handed him a bottle of elixir. Sima Xian took the elixir, put a few in his mouth, and swallowed them. However, he said, unhappily, this guy is too sturdy. I almost couldn't deal with him. The female mage said shamefully, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you with anything. Sima Xian raised his head and grinned at the beautiful female mage. He said, it's nothing. This guy is probably at the 8th grade, and your magic power is not enough. Isn't it done now? The female mage patted her plump chest and said, you really scared me to death just now. When you dodged his attack, I really thought you were going to give up on me. Sima Xian chuckled and said, you have no confidence in your brother. I'm not dead yet. No one can touch you. The female mage's heart warmed, and she nodded silently. Sima Xian turned over and jumped off the back of the bear demon's lord. He kicked the guy's corpse to the side. This was the corpse of the 8th grade demons, and it was worth a lot. It would be a pity to kick it out of the city. He took a few steps forward and picked up the huge mace that was shining with a dark, golden light. When this big guy hit the back of the bear demon's lord, he clearly saw the dark, golden light flashing on the mace, and there was a fierce aura bursting out from it. However, this thing was too big. Although Sima Xian was big, he still couldn't control the huge handle of the mace. The reason why he didn't use his own storage artifact to store the body of the bear demon's lord was to leave room for this big guy. He could find an alchemist master to modify it later. Maybe he could use it. After getting used to the light ball, he had a special fondness for this kind of heavy weapon. The reinforcements had come up. The surrounding warriors naturally saw Sima Xian kill the 8th grade bear demon's lord. Seeing that he had consumed too much energy, someone naturally took his place. Sima Xian didn't try to be brave. He quickly retreated to the back, found a corner to sit down, and greedily breathed in the air. Although it was thrilling just now, it was also very satisfying for him. It was his first time killing a bear demon's lord of this level. Such a valuable experience would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. The female magician also sat next to him and handed him a water bag. Sima Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He gulped down all the water inside. Satisfying, but why does your water bag smell so fragrant? TSK, it makes me want to sneeze. Sima Xian handed the water bag back. The female magician glared at him and said, this is for my own use. How can it not smell good? Do you think everyone is like you stinky men? Sima Xian smiled, touched his big bald head, and said, that's not good. You are a woman, after all. Don't do this next time. The female magician snorted and said, so what if I'm a woman? In this world, it's hard to say if I can live to see tomorrow. There's only endless killing every day. Can't you see the fragility of life? If you dare to take it, I'll dare to have sex with you right here. Do you dare? Sima Xian never expected that the robber would be so tough. The commandment priest, who was still dominating the battlefield just a moment ago, now seemed a little embarrassed. Don't tell me you have a fever. Sima Xian said cautiously. The female magician bit her red lips. Fever my ass. I'm very normal. Can't you? You don't even dare to take it when it's in front of you? I'm still a virgin. Sima Xian smiled bitterly. Sister, don't be like this. I can't accept it. The female magician snorted coldly. Forget it if you don't dare. After saying that, she sat down on the side. In fact, only she knew how fast her heart was beating at this time. Yes, in this holy war, who knew how long they could live? Perhaps they would become corpses in the next moment. The female magician could not remember how many times Sima Xian had saved her. Every time, it was his burly body in front of her to block the enemy's frenzied attacks. When he killed the bear demon's overlord, the last line of defense in the female magician's heart had been broken. She did not know if she loved him, but she almost crazily wanted to make love to the man in front of her and give her most precious thing to him. At least, even if she died in battle in this southern fortress, it would not be a waste of her life. Sorry, sister, I already have a woman. Sima Xian said tentatively. He could see that the female magician was not calm at this time. I know. Isn't it your little white flower? You have to take out the letters she wrote to you and read it at least 3 or 5 times a day. Everyone who knows you knows that. I don't care. The female magician suddenly turned her head and stared fiercely at Sima Xian. Sima Xian shook his head and said, No, I'm a loyal man. Forget it. Do you think I care about you? The female magician suddenly stood up and slapped Sima Xian's bald head. Sima Xian was stunned by her slap. Just as the female magician was about to turn around and leave with tears in her eyes, she suddenly saw the bald priest in front of her suddenly jump up and throw her to the ground like a mountain. Isn't this too violent? The huge weight made it hard for the female magician to breathe, but there was a sweet fishy smell. Blood was flowing down from the corner of Sima Xian's mouth and dripping on her face. Sima Xian suddenly twisted his body to the side and rolled back to the previous corner with her. The female magician then saw that there was a huge wound on Sima Xian's back that was so deep that bones could be seen. And at the place where she was thrown to the ground by Sima Xian, a figure that had been released from invisibility was dismembered by the powerhouses of the Temple League. It was a stealer from the Mian Earth tribe, and one that was at least at the 6th grade. Are you okay? Don't scare me. The female magician hugged Sima Xian's head and looked at the blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. She did not know what to do for a moment. I'm fine, I won't die. That bastard's weapon has a piercing effect. Luckily, I managed to avoid being hit in the vitals. Sima Xian panted heavily and swallowed another pill.